them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa.
We African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you African American? I'm not no African.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Hey now, hey y'all, smash that like button, please. I really appreciate it. So I'm I'm gonna. Oh God, I didn't turn that background music off. Okay, yeah, here we go. So hey, Lady Moon, beautiful, a rising Aboriginal, the original one, Lies Unplugged, Darius Matthews, and everybody watching. I did not stream to Facebook. They crazy. Facebook is crazy, my friends, and Facebook. So I just streamed to Twitter today and YouTube only. And I'm cool with that. Um I want to say this first. Yep, I started some old shit with the Moors. And I stand on what I stated about my beliefs and my identity. And I have to stand at this point where my grandmother laid, you know, laid it out. Everybody got a big mama, okay? Everybody. Um, I never heard of the term more until I really came in YouTube. My granny said Indian. We Indian. And there's a real story behind that word Indian. You know, when you think about it, I would say it this way. Um, First, let me say this. Um, Me and A again, and I'm gonna say this again. Me and A1 been going at it for 5 years. I've always expressed my discomfort in that and Moors because the history behind the Moors of what I've learned about them, in deep research with my colleagues and my tribal members. And it's always been, I've always just been reluctant to jump on that bandwagon in reference to their research. So that's all well and good. But that doesn't make me his enemy. We're both niggas from the north. And it's just a part of research that I just can't lock in with. And that happens. When that happens, when you can't just lock in with specific research and you stand on your own, that is a sign of two people who have very powerful research. And it's it's a war, really, if you really look at it, if you want to look at it from that perspective. And it to me, it's two people that have very powerful research that causes them to stand on what they stand on. And so don't go trying to drag me against A1. It's not gonna happen. I really like A1 as a brother. I really do. That's why I go to his channel. And when I go to A1's channel, I don't cause confusion with him personally. I go in there and I listen and I learn. I learn from his research and I learn from mine. I go and dig. You know, when I learn the research that he puts out, it enhances me to go and look and see within my own research. And when and I've done that for a couple of years now. And when I do that upon studying his research, and I go and look further into my research and compare mine to his, it keeps leading me back to my own research. It's like taking me in this big giant circle, and it keeps leading me back to my research. And when that happens, that means something's not clarified. That's what it's telling me. There's something about his research and mine's that's not clarified. And it's also something about my research that's sticking with me. Okay. So when I learn someone else's research and then I stick with it, that would be indoctrination for me. I've been indoctrinated by A1's research. And me, we're already coming out of the U.S. education system's indoctrination and the doctrine of discovery. So I have to be strong, especially if I'm a chief. And I have to be strong and make sure I don't get myself re-indoctrinated by somebody else's research. Mine's, they say when you research, it's comfortable and you can digest it. More in the use of the word is something that I can't digest. And I believe that if, I keep studying, that I'm going to find out why I can't digest it. I know a big part of it is because his work research keeps leading me in a circle back to my research, and that's happening for a reason. Okay. So I don't want to debate A1. There's no need for me to do that. Like I said, I'm not a debater. I'm really not, you guys. I rather dialogue. And I'm so rather than to get into the behaviors of the community, I think I just will continue to do what I've been doing over here. And that's lecturing, and by me lecturing, and if they're looking at my lecturing, if they care to do so, then they can say, okay, now I see why she believes the way she believes and why my research won't connect with her. The whole thing about understanding our history is because it was taken away from us. So now we have to go back and restore everything that was taken from us. And a lot of the information that I find easy to pull back is based on the lies taught by the United States and their cover up of a lot of our history that's revealed based on their careless mistakes of trying to keep us indoctrinated. And they've made so many sloppy mistakes. And the reason for that happening is because of their continuous doubt of our community's ability to read, write, and research. That's always been a crutch in our community. And they neglect that later generations would be able to understand their language, their laws, their writings. And a lot of us are some sharpshooters. And the point is, a lot of people in our poor communities, not all, now come on, I'm from a poor community. A lot of us from our community suffer lack of education. A lot of us do. And then a lot of us don't. A lot of us are some extreme geniuses in our community. Geniuses come out of our hoods. Genius, our birth out of our hoods. But the sad part is a lot of the genius that birth out of our hoods or our surrounding suburban areas, they don't affiliate with us. And I can oftentimes understand why, because our behaviors are very defensive and offensive. And it's kind of scares a lot of our genius away from us. But they're slowly coming around to try and help us with our readings. But also, they've been indoctrinated too, even our genius. But as they age, they see what was done to them because they are genius. They see the indoctrination that was done to them, even though they're genius. And they come around and they teach us the truth based on a lot of what they learn. Smash the like button, you guys, please. I really appreciate it. So that's that. So long story short, I'm not going to debate with A1. I'm not just going to do that. I'm going to keep lecturing my points. And if they're watching all the Moors, they can then say, okay, now I see why she is difficult for her to revert to us, up to how we identify. Okay. And so I'm going to say this. Choose to stick with American Indian, because that's what Granny said to us. She mentioned Indian. She didn't mention Moor. No one ever talked about it. And I only learned about that when I came in here. Now, I did tell you a story about my mom where she went to some Moorish temple or someplace just for a visit with a friend, and she got the hell out. And I'm not going to go into detail with that. But that was like 5 years ago. And my mom was on the phone and I just had to hang up because I just did not want to get a strike. But mom never talked about that until that day I asked her. So, and it wasn't a common term used in my hood growing up. Like I'm a kid of the 70s, a little kid, elementary kid. And the different religious affiliations that we were accustomed to hearing about was Christian, Nation of Islam, um, Muslims, Jehovah's Witnesses, and going into the 90s, early 90s, very late 80s. I learned and studied with the Hebrew Israelites, got the hell out of there. All these different types. Oh, we knew about Catholics. We knew about that. We knew about Church of Latter-day Saints. They had one in our hood, literally. And it was a big, beautiful building. And it was at the corner of entering our hood community. And it was run by Black people that looked like me. They were Church of the Latter-day Saints. But we never went to that either as children. We did not. Our parents did not allow us to go to that church. And I never understood why. It was called Church of Latter-day Saints. It was a big, beautiful building. Beautiful. And it was an entrance. It was the first thing you would hit when you come in our community, in our hood, the Church of Latter-day Saints. And it was run by people who looked just like me. And my parents would not allow us to go to that church. Now, they would let us go to a regular Christian Baptist church if we wanted to go. There was a bus that picked us up and brought us to there, but not that one. And they let us, play around with a lot of Nation of Islam children, because in my community, a lot of my girlfriends grew up in the Nation of Islam. Literally, they wore the white outfit, the hat, everything. And we played with them, but we never had a chance to go to a mosque, but we played with them as little children. So that's all I really knew. And this Moor thing is very difficult for me. It's not to what I'm accustomed to hearing. It's being described as the same thing, as a misnomer, and I'm having a hard time believing that. So I'm going to start. I did print out some, took some notes. It's a bunch of notes that I took. And off from the net, different historical societies. Now, I'm not saying that these historical societies where I get this information from is rock solid truth. Okay. But it's what I have to go on. And a lot of these historical societies have put a lot of whitewashed monuments in these historical societies that were originally Black. But now, as we look, these statues that look like me are appearing in a lot of these historical societies. And they're not these statutes that are appearing in all these historical societies across the United States and in other countries. Well, they were in other countries already, so they had no slack about statues looking like me in these other countries. And I'm talking about China everywhere. So what in the United States, I'm seeing a lot of statues appear that look like me. Okay. And it's very interesting because they weren't there before. And I'm seeing a lot of statues that had white faces. They're being painted in these golden faces look and these copper faces that look like us. So I think that's a beautiful thing. It really is starting to put a lot of things in perspective, and the U.S. government's way of coming out with the truth, which is very helpful, because I could tell you that seeing all these statues that are all white, which other countries who know about the people that have been on this landmass, and I'm talking about people in China, people in India, people in the Middle East, Arabics, Lebanese, all these in South America, all these people that are foreigners that are coming here to live, they're aware of our ancient history, a lot of them. And we have conversations with these people because we do business with them, by whether we're buying things out their gas stations or their 7-Elevens or any stores that they have, small mom and pop stores, package stores. When we buy goods from them, we have these little short conversations with them, and they tell us they always have a sense of confusion on their face because they see so many statues here that were whitewashed, and they're in grave confusion because they're telling us that the same statue here is a statue they have in their country that's the same, but here it's white and in their country is Black. So that's, let us know what whitewash mean, because for a long time I didn't know what whitewash mean. I didn't understand it. Oh, whitewash. When they say whitewash history, I just did not understand that. And when you begin speaking to people and communicating with them, they tell you, especially people from the Middle East and other countries, they're like, that guy's not a white guy. He was in our country too. And it's great to hear. So long story short, them putting these statues up in our communities, and also them stating that statue is not African man. And this is the foreigner talking to me that has a similar statue with the same name of the person we have on the statue here. And they literally tell us that statue we have in our country, but he's not from Africa. He's an Indian. And they tell us this. This is why I said it's really good to have communication with being diverse. We have been for so long closed in our own communities where where our people in our hoods, our people are not accustomed to having decent communication relationships with foreigners. And the only people that we really were able to outside of our race as a people that we were really able to have a communication with in our community are Chinese people because of the Chinese restaurants. We eat in their restaurants and we grew up with their children. Now, the Chinese people didn't live in our hoods, but their businesses were in our hoods. And most of our communication with them was always while we're in their restaurants eating, and the waitress or whoever is talking to us. This is where we're getting this truth from, because China tells the same truth. And there's a guy from China that I worked with back in 1999, an insurance company. Now, remember, I told you I got fired. I'm not going to tell you where. And they hired me back too 6 months later. But the Chinese guy, he gave me money because I had my hair kind of like this. And he gave me Chinese money. He called it yang. And I didn't know a lot about Chinese culture and stuff. And I looked and I said, this looks like a black lady. Why is she on your money? And he just smiled. And he said, I was giving it back to him. He said, no, you can have it. And I got it somewhere buried in my stuff. And I was just so amazed. And he was trying to show me that I look like her. So I thought that was kind of cute. And I think I can pull it up. I think I pulled it up before for YouTube and show. Let me see if I could just find it really quickly, you guys. So this is why I say I'm multicultural, because I like to talk. Um, Let me see if I can find it, because he had it in his pocket. Um, Let me see. Let's see if I can find it. I think I can find that one piece of money that he gave me. And I was so grateful to get it. I think I can find it. Um, no, that's not it. Um, I think I found it, you guys. I think I did. But wait a minute, let me just see if it's a second one, just to be safe. Here it is. I found it. I found it. Hang on. Mm. All right, come on. Let me get my images. Give me a minute. Oh, man. Oh, yep, I got it. Here it is. This is it. And I don't think this is exactly it, because this was like really, I was like, whoa. I really freaked out when I saw it. And it just like, I was just so shocked. Um, yeah, this is it. I think this is it. So let me show you with the features. Come on, give me the damn picture. All right, here it is. Oh, this thing just makes me sick. Okay, let me just pull this up. All right, here we go. Here it is. That's Chinese money with a little black girl on it. Can y'all see this? Give me a one if you can see this. But it was another one he gave me. It wasn't exactly like that. But do you see this? It's something else. Look at the second one in the hat. I was just like, oh my goodness, she was so pretty. But that's there's another one that they had, but I'm gonna go dig in my box because I saved that. I know I would never go to China, and he told me no, I could keep it, and I was like, wow. And I asked him, I said, why? Because I just thought, oh, here it is. Oh my God, I didn't think I could find it. Here it is, right here. It's crazy. There it is. Y'all see this? One Young, Republic of China. I'm like, yo, there it is. And they so pretty. Look at here. Let me see. Stop sharing. And I'm going to do another share screen. Here it is. Beautiful. Look at that. Should be sharing them. Y'all see this? Give me a one if y'all can see this real good. Give me a one. More, I need some more ones up in there. I just thought it was so interesting. Hey, Cosmos TV, not a coincidence. Smoke Dog. Okay, good. I just thought, you know what? I'm going to screenshot this because I don't want to lose it again. But I do have it in my bookcase. And he told me I can have it. But he was trying to say she looked like me. I was way much younger back then, of course. So, yeah. And I told him, I said, ooh, why is this black lady on Chinese money? I did. That's exactly what I said to him. Both of them are black. And I'm like, wow. I was just totally amazed. But anyway, um, yep, it really does. So I say this because I love BAP, and I hope he's never discouraged from giving the BAP debate leagues because he's an excellent moderator. I don't think there's anyone else in the community that is a better moderator than him. You know, he's quiet, he don't talk, he lets both parties talk fairly, no bullshitting around. He, let each side be heard. Okay? So I hope he continues because I'm continue to support that because I don't go to Sinetta's channel no more to watch their debates and their dialogues. If we got BAP, that's what we got BAP over here for, to keep us from going. Well, anyway, I watch BAP's debates because it keeps me from going to Sinetta's. I don't like going in that community. And I don't like the way they handle things. So when I'm not doing my own live and BAP's not doing debate leagues for us to watch and have fun, I always go to Brother Sanchez. I'm always watching him. Sometimes I watch Sanchez and you don't even know I'm watching him. And it's comfort just watching back at TV. So I don't feel that it's going to be necessary for me to debate A1. I much rather let the Moors watch my shit, what I'm showing and lecturing about, and say, okay, now I understand why Sister Bethy is believing the way she believes. Number one, my number one thing, Granny said Indian. That's the number one thing. And I believe my grandmother. And then there's a story that comes with that history of saying you're an Indian the death that came upon you by our own people. Everybody, keeps putting white guy as the murderers. Now, there was white murders of slaves, but reading history, if we're in power, it was us doing it to us. These aliens burning out of homes, blacks, mulattoes, doing this. So one of the things that I did was took a lot of notes, and I want to read them. I said, I always say, all right, let me go back because there's something that's just keeping me from saying, yo, all right, maybe that's who we are. And why do I keep believing that Moors are separate people from us? I just see them as um, black Europeans, Africans from what I'm reading. So I'm going to just keep showing what I have. And I'm definitely going to leave it up to the community to say, what, that's something real to think about. So let me start by saying thank you, all of y'all, for joining me today. And I'm going to start reading some notes that I took. I have the links to the historical societies, and I want to read it. Oh, I don't know. Not a coincidence. A lot of Moors in that community. So, uh, and again, I don't want to debate them. I rather dialogue and figure it out. That's what I much rather do rather than debate. Debate to me it just turns into fights, and I was really upset. I really was that day. And oh, that's another thing I forgot to say before I start. I was really upset that day because I really, really thought YK2 won, and I understand, A1 upset because Y2. I keep calling him Y2K. YK is Pan African, and see, when I look at YK, to me, he's a young man. He's very young. My niece is his age era. And I always remember the story. We all, played around, but it was a bad name in our community to call somebody African. You're African. It was a bad thing. When we were Indians. But he's going through, to me, now he told me that he took the DNA test and his, I don't know, his dad possibly told him he was African. Now, if he truly has, his dad is African and he has proof that he's African, then that's cool. Then maybe he is African or part African or whatever. But his mother's not, is what he told me. And he's basing his belief on DNA testing. But no indication of who exactly his ancestors are. So he's in the soup mix, like a lot of other people that believe in that theory. And they have to mature out like a lot of our people did. Removed the dashiki, burned it, like Chief Holiday. He was there too, he said, for a long time. And he was very demanding on it. And when he sees YK, he's probably seeing himself. And Chief Holiday always say, I'm arrogant. And I could imagine him back then, you trying to tell him he's Indian and him being arrogant. And so now he's probably, I don't see why he don't see himself when YK is teaching. But I just have reason to believe that this young man is going to come out of that just like all the rest of us did. But the one thing about it, he's learning both sides of the history, the Indian and the African. And he's an excellent debater. So to me, I see this as him growing because he's got to get older. He's young. And like I said, once he locks in who he really, 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 really is, and if it be that Indian that he says, you know what, the Indian is here, You're going to be fucking a lot of people up in debates. Because once you switch to being who you truly are, such as myself and a lot of us Indians, Aboriginals, Indians in this from this soil, we stand on it, and there's nothing. It's something about life, and it has to be the ancestors in the bloodline. You could never push African or African American down our throats because we're ready to choke you just based on how it was taken away from us. The Indian, save the man, kill the Indian, save the man. That whole thing. Once he gets to that stage where we are, and I really, really strongly believe he will, he's going to be like the most fierce debaters probably in this community's history because he's so warrior with it. He makes it comical, but his speaking voice and the tone of his speaking voice is very, very powerful. And another person who has that, Ali Muhammad, has that. People with very powerful speaking voices. Chief Holiday, very powerful when lecturing, speaking voices. A1 has a very powerful speaking voice when he lectures. Ali Muhammad, powerful. Dane, even Tariq Nasheed, when they're teaching. Another person, got to keep the truth. Umar Johnson has a very powerful voice. That's why he attracts the people he attracts. But when he let that shit go and he knows better, and I think he knows better, he would be the worst Indian to walk up on about our history. And that's the part that hurts me the most. Is someone like Umar Johnson with such a powerful ass voice. That boy is bad when he's explaining this African shit, but when he let it go and be who he really is, it's just gonna be terrible. Terrible. So I can envision a person like Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson. Could you just imagine this? And I hope before I ever leave YouTube that I could live or just be around to see a day when you have Dane, Umar Johnson, Tariq Nasheed, Chief Holiday, A1, Ali Muhammad, and YK, and Empress Hobart and me on a panel and just delivering, all of us on one accord. That would be the biggest dream ever. Ever. And I mean that shit. That all of us on one accord, that's not a dream. I'm manifesting that shit. I truly am. You know who else has a really great speaking voice too? People that I'm just meeting. OTK has a great speaking voice. He does. He does. And I mean that shit. OTK, he got a great speaking voice. And so does Bruce Sanchez. All these people with these, magnificent voices. Hobart being a woman. She's just magnificent to me with her voice. Even when she's not yelling, her voice is radiant because she could speak softly and I know she could be a beast. Magnificent. So I'm not going to sit here and dream that everybody I spoke about. And I'm not going to leave out my Chief Glennis. Not happening. I can sit here and I'm not going to sit here and dream about this ever happening because I would love to see Umar Johnson transition out, cut the bullshit. That brother right there, I don't think nobody gonna be able to fuck with him, period, just because of his credentials. And I'm not gonna sit up here and dream this shit. This is not a dream. I'm manifesting that to happen with all the people I named to be on one panel. And I think the whole YouTube community, it would just be so, y'all better, that's one goddamn live segment that y'all better save, download, because I'm not going to dream about this. And this is not a fantasy. This is motherfucking manifestation of that happening. So I hope one of them reach out to me. I do. Because I'm, like I said, I'm not mean. If you're, my job is to teach and keep sharing with as many Pan-Africans that have open minds and are willing to learn. My door is open for contact. They can contact me. And I mean that shit. I'm not, because we're trying to win our people's souls and correct the shit that they was taught or thrown at them, all about the land. So that's that. I spoke about my manifestation. So I'm going to show you some stuff that I've been researching on. Okay. That's okay. I'm going to still text us. I'm still going to manifest all them brothers. Because I like Umar. I like a lot of people that this community is not comfortable with. I like them as human beings, as brothers and sisters. And I'm just waiting for that day. And normally when I say something like that will happen, it will happen. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's my magical gift that the ancestors give me, but I really think we're going to have that day. And I'm just going to keep praying on it. So yeah, mark my word. One day that's going to happen. So let me get into what I've been reading. And I want you to understand it the way I understand it. Okay? So let's go, y'all. Matter of fact, I talked for 49 damn minutes. Let me take a little lady break. And I'll be right back. All right? I'll be right back. Just take a little break. Get my water going. And I'll leave y'all here with a little music just till I get back. Just till I get back. All right, y'all. Let's get with it. Let's get with it. So I was saying, when I go and study and I'm trying to do a little deeper study, I go in and I say, before I start, I'm like, what the hell was going on over here in our land way before we were born 200, 300 years ago? I'm like, what the hell was going on? That's the first thing I had. What the hell was going on? So I go back in those times and see what scholars and these historical societies write, because they can really get in trouble. And I tell you that these scholars, when they write, they can really get in real trouble for what they've done according to law. When you're messing with official congressional documents and speeches and things of that nature, those scholars who are writing them and like rewriting them and dialoguing about them in their writings and their fake research and using terminology that we use today and putting it back in literature from that time. That's really bad when you take documents and you do that, because people start to believe it to be truth, and that's damaging. In their Bible, and I always go to their Bible, that's bruising a head. That's what their God said, or God said that Satan would do to man, bruise their head. And what's in your head is your brain. Facts. And when these scholars do that, that's bruising the head. And we need to wake up to that. It's their own Bible that they brought here to begin to convert the Indians. And that's the biggest bruise ever. The biggest bruise, according to their Bible, the biggest bruise in our heads is their rhetoric, their teachings. That's the biggest bruise among our people and people around the world. But see, you got to always remember, people in other countries are historians, and they're baffled at what the United States did with our statues, our artifacts, our pictures. A lot of the statues that are in South America, facts, y'all, listen, a lot of the statues that you see in South America and monuments, they were taken from areas that were in the boundaries of these 50 states and put over in South America. I shit you not. A lot of them. They took them out and put their statues here, which is freaking crazy. So when you speak to people who are like Asians and people from the Middle East, they're baffled. They're like, that's not the same man, according to their history and their dealings with our country. So these are great if you are not used to and accustomed to speaking with people from diverse communities, other races. those are good talking points with them because a lot of them find those to be decent conversations. You're not talking about their personal family and their finances. History is always a really great way to start a conversation with people of foreign countries. They know who their ancestors dealt with. See, the United States is going to lie to you, but other countries won't because they hate the United States. So they're going to send you the truth and tell you the truth. Facts. So let's read some notes that I took and put yourself back in that time. Right now, um we're not in 2024. We're going to be in the 1700s. So y'all, let's go to the 1700s on this landmass, this continent. Here we go. Where is it? Oh, I hate when I don't put this up. Just give me a minute. I'm getting it up. All right. Oh, God, I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Here we go. All right. So this is in British Columbia. All right. I'm just going to read. And they're just, like I said, notes that I took. The failed campaigns in Detroit and Queenstown Heights. When the U.S. General William Hull assembled a force of about 2,000 men and led them to Detroit, the jumping off point for an intended assault on nearby Fort Malden in Upper Canada. The British found out about his plans by seizing a schooner with his baggage and papers on it. To make matters worse for Hull, about 200 Ohio militiamen refused to go beyond the American territory. The general nonetheless remained confident. On July 12, 1812, he took his men across the Detroit River and into Canada, where he immediately issued a written proclamation telling inhabitants that they would be emancipated from tyranny and oppression. Had I any doubt of eventual success, I might ask your assistance, but I do not, Hull declared. I come prepared for every contingency. These words proved immediately laughable. Hull briefly laid siege to Fort Malden, but soon withdrew after warriors under the leadership of Shawnee Chief Tecumseh intercepted his supply train. British commander Isaac Brock then chased the Americans back across the river and began launching cannon fire at Fort Detroit from the Canadian side. Brock arranged for a bogus document to reach the Americas that told a large number of Native Americans, let's dodge the hijack because that wasn't used, approaching Detroit. He also mentioned to Hull that he would be unable to control his Native American allies once the fighting started. And intimidated, Hull ended up surrendering his entire army and the city that August after a cannonball smashed into his officers' mess, killing 4. At around that same time, August, oh, at around that same time, the British captured Fort Dearborn, which is in present-day Chicago, along with an American outpost and Mackinac Island between Lake Huron and Lake Michigan. Hull was later court-martialed and convicted of cowardice and neglect of duty. Now, y'all, if this shit ain't real, what is going on in Chicago now? All these immigrants going right there, right, y'all? Listen, y'all. What is going on right now? Same shit. Same shit. This is why on the news, yo, I be like, well, when they show the borders and shit, I don't know if they're standing at uh Texas border or fucking Canada. Serious. I can't tell because they don't show no signs. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I don't know if this shit is the damn Texas border that they cry about, or I'm sorry, not Texas, California. I don't know if it's the goddamn California border or if it's the goddamn border between Canada and here. I'm serious. That's something to think about. So next time when they show the damn news, check and see if there's any signs of it could be Canada border. Because they're talking about all these immigrants in Chicago and shit. Further east, the U.S. General Stephen Van Rensselaer prepared an October 11 assault on Queenston Heights, located on the Canadian side of the Niagara River. His plans were delayed by 2 days. However, when an officer mysteriously disappeared with all of his boat's oars during the subsequent invasion, the Americans briefly took the high ground by marching up an unguarded fisherman's path. But 950 United States troops were driven down from the heights and captured after a group of New York militiamen refused to leave American territory and come to their aid. Roughly 300 Americans were killed or wounded in battle, while the British suffered some 100 casualties. In the third prong of the attack, U.S. General Henry Dearborn marched with at least 6,000 troops that November from Albany to Plattsburgh, New York, on the shore of Lake Champlain. Their goal was to capture Montreal. But once, I'm sorry, y'all. But once again, state militiamen refused to leave the United States. After some minor skirmishes, including one in which Americans accidentally fired on each other in the dark, the force retreated without ever entering Canada. Now, wait a minute. That's some bullshit. How are the Americans going to accidentally fire on each other in the dark? That I'm not getting that. It was dark. I know they had to have some little campfire night lights and some shit. See, the force retreated without ever entering Canada. Up to that point, the whole Canadian campaign had produced nothing but disaster, defeat, disgrace, and ruin and death. The Green Mountain Farmer, a Vermont newspaper, reported in January 1813. Okay. Now, American resurgence in 1813. The United States pulled its act together in 1813 with the help of an improved Navy, a larger army, new military commanders, such as future President William Henry Harrison, and more experienced troops. So now, you see earlier where they couldn't get niggas, Indians, to join them in this fight. There was some reluctance to this shit. So now they went, because if you look at these dates, a lot of Europeans were not over here yet. So it was mostly Indians. So I'm going to almost put my stamp on it is that they couldn't get the Indians down here in the north to join them to go against Canada. That's what it sounds like to me. And I'll hold that thought in your head because what I read later on will say, you know what, you're probably right. Over the span of a few months, American troops destroyed the British fleet on Lake Erie, took over strategically important Fort George near the mouth of Niagara River, and reclaimed Detroit on their way toward winning the Battle of the Thames with a bold cavalry charge. The Americans also captured York, now it's called Toronto, and burned several government buildings there. And yep. So let me read right here. This is what they did to up there, what is now known as Canada first. And I'm gonna make this a little red because red speak. It'll stand out. The Americans also captured York, now it's Toronto, and burned several government buildings there. An act the British reciprocated the following year in D.C. Had these attacks in 1813 been better coordinated, the British really would have been stretched thin and might have collapsed, Grodzinski said. A failed campaign against Montreal turned the tide again. However, and by December, the British had pushed the Americans back across the Niagara River. So when you're saying Americans, you're saying Indians because there's only one American, baby. So I don't know. I'm still, like I said, researching, but let's keep going, y'all, because I really got some talking points. The waning conflict and post-war relations. More fighting took place along the Niagara River in 1814. But by the time the Napoleonic Wars were winding down and Britain was sending thousands of veterans to the American front, most people understood that the USA would now be mainly on the defensive and Canada was now beyond our reach, Hickey said. The United States would go on to win important victories at New Orleans, Baltimore, and Lake Champlain. But the last of his troops left Canada in 1814 after evacuating and blowing up Fort Erie. A peace treaty signed the following month stipulated that all land captured by either side would be returned. In the aftermath of the war, both the Americans and British fortified the border in preparation for future fighting, but tensions cooled relatively quickly. A grand reconciliation ball was even held on the Detroit frontier. The United States and Canadian armies have not fought each other since and have become strong defense allies. Okay, so the Dominion of Canada is created and on July 1st, 1867. A federation of colonies in British North America, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Quebec, and Ontario joined together to become the Dominion of Canada on July 1st, 1867. Under the British North America Act, 1867, the Queen remained head of the state, represented nationally in Canada by the Governor General and in each province by a Lieutenant Governor. These are just notes now, you guys. The British North America Act provided the constitutional framework for our current federal system by defining broad areas of federal and provincial jurisdiction. Interesting. Such national matters are defense, postal service, criminal law, and banks are all under federal authority. Education, health, and natural resources are primarily among the province's responsibilities. On March 30, 1867, just one day after the British North America Act received royal assent in London, the United States purchased Alaska from Russia. So, questions I asked, why did Canada not become part of the United States? Because before it was Canada, it was just land there, occupied by the Iroquois Confederacy. It's like that was their headquarters. They were not ruling or overseeing the other parts of the land. And here where I am, like when you start to talk about, when you start coming down from Canada, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island, Connecticut, all the way to New York, it was like before it was Canada, in the area Canada sits, the Iroquois Confederacy sat there and ruled the lands from there, ruling from there all the way to New York, where they had, all the land. But just keep that in your head too. Smash the like button, y'all, please. I love y'all. So, why did Canada not become part of USA? Annexation was never a very popular resource or a very popular choice. Many Canadians were loyal to the Crown and Great Britain, especially the descendants of the United Empire Loyalists. Got it. So when I read that, I'm like, okay, so that's why many Canadians were loyal. They were loyal to Great Britain. Okay. French Canadians, this is what they were worried about if they became a part of the United States. French Canadians worried about being an even smaller minority in a larger union and were concerned about American anti-Catholicism. Whoa. So that says a lot right there. Because before it was even Canada, it was just area that the Iroquois occupied as their headquarters of ruling the rest of their land all the way from there to New York. So they decided when the French was granted that area, when they conquered that area and became Canada, that's what they did. They conquered that area where the Iroquois ruled all their land from there. That area became Canada, and Canada became a country, that area, because it wasn't a country. It was connected with all of the Iroquois land. Wow. The French colonial empire in the Americas comprised New France, including Canada and Louisiana, French West Indies, including Saint Dominique, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, Tobago, and other islands, and French Guyana. Okay. So that says a whole lot when they conquered that part of the Iroquois territory there. It basically their headquarters where they ruled that. Okay, let's keep going, y'all, because I want y'all to keep this in y'all's heads. Because the British took over that shit. They was like, So let's keep going, y'all. Just keep that in your head. Let's keep going. um uh the United States' first foray into Canada occurred at the beginning of the American Revolutionary War, when colonial troops marched all the way to Quebec City before being repelled. All right. So, by the time the War of 1812 rolled around, almost 4 decades later, the so-called war hawk members of Congress were clamoring for a second go-around. There were even a few calls for part or all of Canada, then a British colony, to be annexed. At the time, about 7.5 million people lived in the United States. All right, we're talking about the United States, compared to only around 500,000 in Canada, many of whom were French or American descent rather than British. Yo, I got to stop this for a second. I'm going to read this shit again. Hold up, hold on. Because I got to drop some morning thunder and fire bombs. I'm going to read that shit again. Got to read it again. Yo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's thunder. I'm going to read that again. I want y'all to pay attention. This is so important. So important. Now, the United States' first foray into Canada occurred at the beginning of the American Revolutionary War, when colonial troops marched all the way to Quebec City before being repelled. Yo, they had to march from freaking Chicago, shit. If they talking about going to well, wait a minute. Yeah. Or Michigan, shit. When colonial troops marched all the way to Quebec City before being repelled. By the time the War of 1812 rolled around, almost 4 decades later, the so-called war hawk members of Congress were clamoring for a second go-around. There were even a few calls for part or all of Canada, then a British colony, to be annexed. At the time, around 7.5 million people lived in the United States, compared to only about 500,000 in Canada, many of whom were French or American descent rather than British. So all the damn Indians and the French. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. The United States' ambitious plans for Canadian expansion. In June 1812, the United States declared war on Great Britain, citing among its grievances the practice of removing sailors from American merchant ships and forcing them to serve in the British Navy. The United States also took issue with the system of blockades and licenses designed to halt trade with Napoleonic France and with Britain's supposed foment of Native American unrest. Almost immediately thereafter, United States President James Madison approved a three-pronged assault against Canada. Yeah, the same nigga who left his damn wife in the White House and took off. Sound like a nigga to me. Many Americans believe the invasion would be a cakewalk, particularly since Britain was so distracted by the Napoleonic Wars in Europe. Former President Thomas Jefferson called the acquisition of Quebec a mere matter of marching, while Speaker of the House Henry Clay, a prominent war hawk, declared that the militiamen of Kentucky were capable of capturing Upper Canada, essentially, which is modern day Ontario, and Montreal without assistance. There was a lot of saber rattling going on, said John Grodzinski, a history professor at the Royal Military College of Canada, who specializes in the War of 1812. This is them talking today. So, American challenges and Canadian support. Yet, despite its population advantage, the United States had only about 12,000 men in uniform, including too many incompetent officers and too many raw, untrained recruits, explained Donald Hickey, a history professor at Wayne State College and author of various books on the War of 1812. A number of other factors also favored Canada at the war's outset. For one thing, the British controlled the Great Lakes and were therefore better able to move troops and supplies. Moreover, they received support from Canadians, who many Americans falsely believe would welcome them as liberators, and from Native American tribes worried about United States expansionism. The USA was woefully unprepared, said Hickey. Plus, the logistical challenges of waging war on a distant frontier were daunting, if not insurmountable. So, now, before I go into my talking points, because I'm going to read all these talking points and things that I pulled out that's just not adding up with me. So, in reading that, I'm like, well, wait a damn minute. I went to look back and said, okay, all this shit is going on. And I always said that what's been in our head is United States. That's what's been in. What's the one thing that's been in our head as citizens when we as far as the educational system teaching us? We learn United States history. Okay. So I said, well, wait a minute. We keep thinking that United States is just North America and that's it. We always leave out Canada as being part of North America. We always leave it out. And it's so crucially important not to. And I said, we can't leave them out because United States just didn't appear as 13 colonies. Something was, where did they get this damn permission from to first get the 13 something? No, something's not right. And I couldn't pinpoint what the hell it was. I'm like, what is it that I'm missing about North America where I'm only seeing the 13 colonies and the Pilgrims in Massachusetts? I'm like, you can't leave out Canada because Canada was North America, is North America, and it was never separated. It was never separated. And the selling of the lands in the North didn't occur from Indians in Connecticut and Connecticut and the Narragansett. They didn't make those final decisions of giving land to the British. I'm like, we're leaving something out. First of all, let's just look at our area, North American mainland, and Canada as one. Before it was even Canada, there was no Canada. All right. Let's look at North America continent, here, the mainland, not South America. Let's look at Canada and United States as one. There's no Canada. This is North American mainland. Right here. No border, because Canada don't exist. That's what fucks us up in our history. Because Canada didn't come till later. Where Canada sits now is the Iroquois Confederacy's fucking headquarters, y'all. That's where they ruled all their land from Canada to New York, New Jersey, all the way up to Maryland, all the areas where's all the Iroquois Confederacy's land. There was no Canada. There was no name of Canada. They ruled it from up there in Canada. Not here. Everybody always thinks that they ruled it from the confines of the United States. No, they ruled it from up where Canada sits. There was no Canada, though. That's where Iroquois Confederacy was. And they gave those 13 colonies, sold those 13 colony areas to the British. Okay? Are y'all with me? Good. Good. The sale took place from the headquarters, Iroquois Confederacy headquarters. I'm not even going to say Canada because it didn't exist yet. Good. Lady Moon, always give me a 1 like Lady Moon if you now get where I'm going. We keep putting, because the way we teach U.S. history, we keep putting Iroquois Confederacy in the United States, when in fact, it was in Canada, where Canada sits. It wasn't called Canada. It was Iroquois Confederacy headquarters on how they're ruling the lands from Canada all the way. Because otherwise, how else would the fucking British, you know that they got here through Canada to conduct business? Which explains why their asses keep coming in from Chicago. The damn border's right there. You can get in there from there. So that's what was in our heads. We got to take out the fact that Canada existed and it was just Indian territory. It's Iroquois. That was their area. And the shit was taken over by the British. So now, let me read the talking points. Because now it's starting to make sense. And this whole time, I'm like, wait a damn minute now. This is why I'm having a hard time. And I know, we said, our community says these very uncomfortable things that white people didn't exist. They were made in the lab. That's a little hurtful. It really is. And I just can't come to believe in that. I really believe when the British came down this way, or wherever they came from, that it was black British and white British. Serious. I do. I really do. There you go. That's what I'm trying to get at. And this is what I'm trying to get people to understand. Because I could see Black British working with the Black Indians here doing business. All right. So you have the Black British doing business with the Iroquois Confederacy because it's in Iroquois territories where they were allowed to establish their country. Later, 13 turned into the 50 states, of course, because the other Indians and some do by force. Well, we'll get there later. But let me keep reading these talking points because I wanted to make sure that your head was your head was cleared that there's no Canada existing right now. Just for ha-has. No Canada's existing now. It's just Iroquois and British up there in Canada and shit. The 13 colonies are established. British colonies are established. But they're running every goddamn thing from up where Canada sits. Iroquois Confederacy. I shouldn't say Canada. They're running everything from the Iroquois Confederacy and that part of the North American mainland landmass. Still no Canada yet. Now, it then becomes Canada. Let's read the talking points. Let's keep going. Now, here's my talking points, and I'm just going to read these bullets because reading these bullets helped me. During the War of 1812, the British. Wait a minute, because I gotta hang on, y'all. Shit, where are you? Okay, that's all I wanted to do, y'all. All right, so we got during the War of 1812. Now we in 1812, in which Canada is now, of course, established. Because we already read earlier why they established, because we read it earlier. So my talking point notes. During the War of 1812, the British were urged to attack the former colonies after American troops attacked Canada and burned government buildings. Now, the Indians down here went up there and burned down government buildings because now Canada's created. They went up there and burned down the buildings in Ontario. Washington was picked as the target because of its symbolic importance. It is easy access from the sea and the inability of inexperienced American troops to defend it. Now, burning of York between April 28th and 30th, American troops carry out many acts of plunder. Some of them set fire to the buildings of the Legislative Assembly and Government House, home to the Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada. We went up there and did that shit. On April 27th, April 1813, in York, Ontario, now present-day Toronto, 2,700 Americans stormed Fort York, defeating the 750 British and Ojibwa Indians defending the Canadian capital. Now you see what I mean? They had 750 British and then some Iroquois Indians who defended the Canadian capital. So you got the Iroquois Indians fighting with them damn American um troops. Y'all get it now? So now you got British and you got the Indians defending themselves against these American Indians that stormed up there. Or now, when we say Americans, I don't know if we're talking about United States citizens, Army, or Indians. I don't know. That's what I got to find out, because you can't call everybody American, but this is where we have to be careful when we're understanding this. But if it's in 1813, it's our army that stormed in Fort York, defeating the 750 British and them damn Iroquois Indians who defended the Canadian capital. Several commenters regarded the damages as just revenge for the American destruction of the Parliament buildings and other public buildings in York. We're talking about Canada, the provincial capital of Upper Canada, early in 1813. In retaliation for Americans burning the Canadian capital at York, Toronto on April 27, 1813, British troops would later descend on DC, setting fire to much of the city. Because now that's the U.S. taking over his shit from the British. Saying, no, get your asses out of here. On August 24th, 1814, the British troops arrived at and feasted in the empty White House before torching the executive mansion, along with a good part of Washington, D.C. Let me read that again. On August 24th, 1814, the British troops arrived at and feasted. They ate food in the empty White House before torching the executive mansion, along with a good part of Washington, D.C. The British left 2 days later. So they stayed there for 2 damn days. Because niggas wasn't in the White House. That shit was empty. And they put it, they came down there. They was some roughneck niggas, roughneck Brits. So I say this because the word Iroquois was derived from a French version of a Huron Indian name, Black Snakes, and was applied to the Haudenosaunee people in a derogatory manner. In fact, the Iroquois people called themselves the Haudenosaunee, or the people of the Longhouse. The Algonquins, their rivals, were the group to name them the Iroquois, which means rattlesnake. The Algonquins called them this because they were skilled fighters and hunters and could not be heard sneaking up on them. They went ghost on their ass. Iroquois tools and artifacts suggest that the origin of the Iroquois was in Montreal, Canada, near the St. Lawrence River. I got to hold on a minute. I got to bomb drop this shit. Because now you see what I mean. Because it was not Canada. That's why this shit makes sense to me. Historically, now, let me just read that again. Iroquois tools and artifacts suggest that the origin of the Iroquois was in Montreal, Canada, where it sits. That's where their headquarters was. They came, the British took that shit over near the St. Lawrence River. That's what they took over, because that was Montreal's, that was Iroquois headquarters. And that's why they got That's what when I read earlier and said that the United States got its set up from the Iroquois, because that's how they was set up there in Canada, up in that area of up in that area. That's how they were set up. And when the states were created, United States, they took it after the Iroquois. All right. Historically, previous research containing the discovery of Iroquois tools and artifacts suggests that the origin of Iroquois was in Montreal, Canada, near the St. Lawrence River. After, listen, an unsuccessful rebellion, they were driven out of Quebec to New York. So that right there is what happened. So that's the end of my notes, I believe. Hang on, let me just make sure. Oh, hang on. I still got some more stuff to go. It says Canada, these are the last two talking points, was originally 17th and 18th centuries, part of what was known as New France, or actually Nouveau France, in the original French, until Great Britain conquered it from France during the conflict known as the 7 Years' War in Europe, 1756 to 1763, and the French and Indian War in North America. Bam, there it is, 1754 and 1763. Now, Europe shares the landmass of Eurasia with Asia and of Afro-Eurasia with both Asia and Africa. Bam. That Europe is commonly considered to be separated from Asia by the watershed of the Ural Mountains, the Ural River, the Caspian Sea, the Greater Caucasus, the Black Sea, and the waterways of the Turkish Straits. So I just wanted to put that out there too, because I thought that was quite important. So now, in reading all that, y'all, here we're talking about the Iroquois, who was originally up there, that was their headquarters, and the British took that shit over. Here is the part where I'm having a little discomfort in believing that the Brits were just black people. I'm thinking they're white and black people. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe Top Cats will help me out with that. Maybe so. But I say that because, and here's why I say that, because I'm looking at us today. White people, when I say white people, Europeans, and I say England, Scottish, French, Germany, Russia, all the European nations. And I'm not saying that our ancestors wasn't intelligent, because their system is mocked from ours because of the Iroquois, the way they were set up in that area of where Canada now sits, their headquarters. That United States, when they took over these 50 states expansion, was set up like Iroquois. So that's why I'm having a hard time believing that it was just black British, because if that's the case, why are the white Europeans so smart and intelligent with holding this country down with the armies and navies and air forces and running the states and the municipalities? Now, there could be plenty of dialogue going back and forth with that, but I say this because it sounds to me like when the Iroquois was in power up there in the area now called Canada, Before that, there was no borderline, no none of that. It was just Iroquois Confederacy selling their lands and shit right from there to the British. And it seems to me like the fight was niggas against niggas. It could be niggas against niggas, Iroquois against the British. And being the British could have been a bunch of mulattoes and blacks. I don't know. I wasn't back there during that time. The only information we have is what's being shared in YouTube. But for the most part, other countries are literally, speaking about the Iroquois, us looking like us, and mulattoes and shit. And looking like us, point blank. So I say all this because the British were ruling all of the British had a lot of land that was eventually taken away from them by the growth of the United States, the expansion of the 50 states. So that being said, this is why I strongly believe that the Moors were the British people, because they were the colonizers. And this is what Moors did. They colonized everywhere they went. So it's like, this is why I have a hard time. And I've never, ever once heard of any of the Iroquois Indians saying that they were Moors. That's why I'm happy. Alan, I don't like to talk mean and nasty to people. I'm sorry. I just don't like doing that. Seriously, I don't. I don't like doing that. It's just not nice, man. It's not. We got to get mature and learn our history in a manner in which we don't have such ugly things to say. Seriously, because I'm really trying to dialogue about this. So please, can you just keep that shit to yourself, man? For real. We're over here dialoguing, okay? So you can join in, but leave your insults to, put your insults in your back pocket, or otherwise just leave. Because I'm trying to promote better dialogue on our channel, which brings more people from other cultures on the panel. Because I like dialoguing and learning. But anyway, so this is the part, you guys, and A1 if you're watching, or anybody, why I'm stuck on the Moors have to be the British people, the people that you're calling Black Europeans. Because in the Iroquois Confederacy, none of them identified as Moors or ever used it as a misnomer. No foreigners ever saw the Iroquois people as Moors. That's why I'm stuck, A1. Like, when foreigners come over there, they give us these misnomer nicknames like Iroquois. That means black snakes. Okay? And the Algonquins called them the rattlesnakes. So, and Iroquois is a French name, and it was a nickname given to those Indians. The Aniwa, they call them black snakes. Now, they didn't call them Moor snakes. They just called them black snakes. Now, the Moors are known for going around colonizing and people's shit. And so if the British were black back then they got to be the Moors, because the Iroquois weren't. So that's why I'm having a hard time. A1. And I noticed one interesting thing you did. You pulled out an article from Canada, a news article, where the Iroquois Confederacy ruled. But I'm just, that's why I won't accept the term Moor, because there's so much in history it's just mind-boggling. And that's why I'm still studying. So I don't mean any harm to the Moors, but it's what's not making me say, okay, we're Moors. It's a misnomer. No, because the only ones that I hear saying Moors is y'all and Noble Drew Ali. That's why. So I'm going to open the panel because I would love people to come up and just explain that, because it's talking about, at this point, I read about Canada before it was Canada being Iroquois area, ruler area. They were kicked out, pushed to New York, and the Brits took over the shit. And then it became Canada, which the French occupied. That's part of one of the European nations. So, but this is where I'm lost at with the Moor thing. That's all. And this could be adult, mature dialogue. So I'm going to open the panel. I'm going to take a little lady break, drinking my water, and I'm going to put the link in the chat. And you guys can hang in the back till I come from the ladies' break. So let me get it out here, because I would really like to have a nice dialogue so you can see where Sister Bethy's brain is. Copy. Paste. There's the link. Yeah, smash the like button. I'm going to play music. I'll wait for y'all to come up, because I'll wait on y'all. If I'm not here, just give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, so nobody came up. Who I had to go? I'm drinking so much water and drinking it again. So this is why I say I'm so reluctant to say, okay, Moors. But when I'm hearing about history and I'm reading about it and where rulership took place as far as this part of the landmass, United States, the Iroquois Confederacy's ruling area, because they ruled all the land from there, from Canada, New York, New Jersey, all that, Maryland, all that area, right? The Iroquois. And then they got pushed out by the Brits. But yet there's no communication about Moors. The only time you hear about Moors is when a peace treaty is made with Morocco. And that's just for trading purposes. Meaning when Moors bring people over to Morocco to drop off shipment, the Moroccan people, Moors over there, will protect the American citizens while they're there dropping the shit off and letting them go so they can come back here. And vice versa. When Moors come over here and drop shit off on our soil, our militia will protect them so they could safely get back to Morocco. That's it. And that from that peace treaty, I don't hear anything about Moors until Noble Drew Ali pops up in the 1900s. That's all. So that's where I'm confused at. And there's, Moors didn't rule over here. It's not showing me a history of Moors ruling over here. It's showing me Iroquois Confederacy consisting of those 5 nations in it, or 6. And then that's covering this part where I am, from Canada all the way to New York. And then you hit the South and you got all the other Indian tribes like Cherokee and all of that, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Yamasees, Petey Indians, Creeks, all those Indians, and there's other Indians in the South that I didn't name. Pardon me if I didn't. The Edisto Indians, but none of them are Moors, and they ruled that area. None of the Cherokees were Moors. I mean, they were people that look like us because we're in the South, but I'm not finding any Moors. So I covered from where the Iroquois here in the North, and then I covered the South. No Moors. That's where I'm confused at. So if anybody wants to hit the link and come up and maybe help me out here, possibly you've seen what I've studied and help me to understand this. The link is there. I'll sit here and wait with my music. I don't know what the hell y'all waiting for, but I'm back. Help me out here.
ISO. Dama.
I'm here waiting.
Hey,
link
so
pinned to the
lies,
top.
So many lies. Hey, it's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, it's so many. Hey, it's so many. Yo, it's so many. Yo, it's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
ways. Want the praise, want the Yahweh. Getting so much bread, get a ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep time.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. What's your name?
Alan Thayer.
Okay. What do you bring? What information would you like to share or help me out with?
Okay, well, there's a team of us. Me, I'm a geneticist. Um, I study biological and atomic sciences, and so I've just checked your video out about the Moors. I've been listening on live. Am I on the live stream now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. So I'm not really just an ordinary individual. There's a team of us, and I'm in the tech field, also crystallography and geneticists. And so I was hearing you saying you want some help explaining about the Canadian situation. Well, I have a ton of data books with the resources I will share with you, and it's also showing the displacement of how King Charles V, the Dark Royal European coat of arms. There's a ton of pictures of different families of the Dark Royals all over Europe. And so during the Renaissance era, you're looking at a genetic situation where the eukaryotic domesticated species started to expand the ground. Um, Charles V released Caucasians, as you see today, as Europeans. That happened in Canada around 1725. I have the resources. You can read it yourself, and I'll send it to you, ma'am. And you'll be able to see that Australia was also inhabited around the same time, 1725. And this happened after King Charles V uh, did what's called the Manila slave trade, where they transported melanated tribes from Ireland and they dropped them off in Jamaica. Um, and that happened around the same time during 15 to 1690. So in 1690, I can also send you documents, and you'll be able to see the charters that was signed off by King Charles, Uncle Maximilian, and they illegalized slave trading in 1690. When 1725 hit, that's when they released the Caucasians that you see, pale skin, domesticated eukaryotic species. They released them to do the bidding, and you'll see that they gave them all of the land. So a bunch of land that you see in Canada, Australia, and the US, that was given by Black European coat of arms families, specifically Carlito, aka King Charles V. And they came to do servitude. You can also see documents and videos that some whites were also slaves, but after they did their slave time in America, they was given land. Also, some is called servitude, which is a little different from being a slave. And then you had some white servants that came over here, those that were in Europe as criminals. They were given 2, 3, 4, 500 acres. All this is documented. And so that's when you take a look around and say, where did these white people get all this Canadian land from, Australian land from, American land from? Well, it was given to them from Black King Charles V. And I have plenty of documentations on the Moors. They also received 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 acres from Australia, America, Canada also. And so that's why we see their lineage really started somewhere around the mid 1700s. You also said something about how smart the white guy is because of his maneuver tactics, his military tactics. The way he carries himself is very sleek. Well, the Black Royal coat of arms also gave them what's called a Renaissance era. And the word Renaissance era, Renaissance, and I'm a geneticist, so Renaissance is the birth of a species when we get ready to splice genetics. The original tribes that we're here to speak about, as you are standing for, those tribes, me, you, or anybody else that's standing to be the pure bred here, you're prokaryotic. You don't have too many mitochondria or white blood cells. You are the originals that's here. And you'll ask yourself, if I'm an original, why is there Moors that are basically going against us and we both have the same melanin content? They're domesticated, what's called a domesticated eukaryotic species, and they're not naturally from what we would call this reality. And so when you say what are the white folks or China, Middle Eastern, anybody that has silky hair, you can look at the hair follicles.
Or you're breaking up. But let me ask you this question. Can you hear me, Alan? Oh, I don't know. Something's wrong with your audio, Alan. I can't hear you at all. You might have to go out and come back in, Alan. Because I really wanted to ask you. I just wanted, I just let you keep flowing. I'm writing in the back chat to let you know I can't hear you. Private chat. We can't hear you. Your mic is muted. You might, Alan, you might want to go back out and come back on because we can't hear anything now. And I really wanted to ask you some questions. You might want to leave the studio and come back, or let me do a reset. Hang on. Alan, can you hear me? I can't hear you. So, Alan, leave the studio and come back. Hit the leave studio button, Alan, and come back. We can't hear you, honey. So you have to leave the studio and come back. Thank you so much, sister, for Sister Cynthia. I appreciate the super chat, love. Thank you so much. Yeah, don't be afraid to hit that super sticker. Hey Darvis, I guess you could talk until Alan's able to come back.
True, peace. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How about you?
Man, can't complain, babe. I'm still on this side of the dirt.
What's
You know,
good?
man, same old. I wanted to ask my man a question a little while ago.
Me
But
too, because I wanted to know, okay, well, if King Charles is giving away this land, where did he get it from to give it away? Because, I mean, you got Iroquois Indians up there in Canada, all the way to New York, and then you got the rest of the Indians on the land all over. So I'm trying to see where King Charles got this land from. And that's why I'm asking if, like, King Charles, was he a Moor? I'm starting to believe that
yeah, they're
they
all
were
Moors.
Moors. That's what
They're
I
all Moors.
thought. That's what I thought.
That's why you know they got two names. They got their regular name, and then they got the Christian name.
But
And we really started getting one of
Chiapas,
the
maybe
monarchs.
you should come up here, Chiapas, because I can't keep reading the chat. You can hit the link. Because we didn't have kings over here. We had kings. There were kings in what you call Europe, but there were no kings over here.
But at one time, we did have that. Then my history go way back. You know what I mean? Before we start dealing with this Christianity, Islam, or Judaism issue, we was here before all that.
I'm trying to find the Moors. That's what I'm saying. Where were they when all this was
You were
taking
there, mama.
place?
You were there.
I'm confused. Nah,
I'm trying to tell you, mama.
not based on what I'm reading. It's just so
I got
hard.
you. I know it seems like
Alan,
that.
are you there?
Hello?
Alan, yeah, you have to cut the YouTube channel off because you're getting echo.
Okay, what about now?
That's better. Oh
Okay,
no, it's not. Whatever you're near, if somebody's near you on YouTube, they have to move away from you and turn their volume down.
okay, can you hear me? Is it better now?
That one, I'm still hearing an echo. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I'm hearing an echo. That means you either have a YouTube
You said
window
YouTube sound
open.
really cut off.
It
Okay.
needs to be closed. Otherwise, it's going to keep echoing. If the only window that should be open is StreamYard. And if somebody's standing next to you with my segment open, they're going to have to go in another room somewhere. Can you hear me, Alan? Now I can't hear him again. That's crazy. Mm, I can't hear him again. This is why I said don't use cell phones. Hey, Darvis, go ahead until Alan can come in.
Wait a minute. How do I get back on?
I
You
hear
on now?
you. I hear you.
You on
He
now,
done.
King?
Oh God, he just hit himself out again. Um, I'm not. I find it okay. We're talking in my readings. This is the part where I said I don't understand, Darvis. In all my readings, we're talking about British and Indians here. Okay, now he's back. Alan.
Yes.
Oh, good. That's a little bad. That's better. In
Okay.
all my readings, all the whole discussion over here was about Iroquois Indians up in Canada, and we talked about British. That's it. No other race of people. Now,
But
I
I'm,
I can honestly believe that the British that you're talking about are melanated people. I can believe that. But between the Iroquois and the British, based on what the British does, how they operate, I'm gonna have to say that they're the Moors.
Yeah, no doubt about that. There on Wikipedia, there's a guy with on YouTube channel called 432 Drop, and he
Yep,
goes
I know
in.
him.
Yeah, so if 432 Drop even goes in, and you can go on Wikipedia, and it displays how the Moors have been annihilating, killing, and enslaving tribes from Canada, from America, since the 17 and late mid 1600s, and it kind of died down in the early 1900s. So you said that Alcuin and any other tribes that's in Canada, how did they become relinquished? Well, it wasn't really anybody white, and that's what the Moors and the Black Royals are actually hiding behind. They're hiding behind. Hello.
Yep, I'm here, hon.
Yeah, they're hiding behind the white or the European. That's why you hear the Moors always blame the white man. The white man. This is just a dialogue that's been going on for a while, but they came from the same premises. The difference is the whites were not released from Europe till 1725 by Black King Charles V. 432 Drop Channel has it. There's a few other channels that have the documents on this. In 1690, from 1500, that's 190 years, from
Uh-huh.
1500 to 1690, it was called the Manila slave trade. The Manila slave trade is when the dark royals, specifically Black King Charles V, Father Maximilian, they were transporting melanated tribes from Ireland, from the Philippines, and they dropped them off to Jamaica, what you see today. Even the word Jamaica means the son of Genghis Khan. The word America is the relative of Prester John. So King Charles V dropped plenty of slaves off from 1500 to 1690, and it was in Haiti, it was in Jamaica, and it was parts of Florida. When it became illegal in 1690, in the years 1725 to 1730, that's when he sent the white, silky-haired European guys over here. I pretty much doubt when they sent them in 1730 and 1740, the first thing the white boy did was put a suit on with a gun and kill niggas. And so that was the illusion that you read about today, that the white man came and did this. Then your other question was, how did the white have so much superior intelligence, the way he moved strategic in his militant pursuits? Well, that came from the Renaissance era. In the Renaissance era, that word alone means birth of a mutant species with applied sciences. So I'm a geneticist and I'm in the technology field also. And so the word Renaissance is to birth a new species. During 1575 and 1675, this what was called the Renaissance era. The Renaissance era is when the black royal European coat of arms families, specifically King Charles, they introduced applied sciences, mathematics, physics, geometry, algebra. They introduced this purposely to all of the eukaryotic domesticated species that they just brought out of laboratories. Lab work and
Hang on.
genetic.
Hang on. Well, that's very interesting you say that about the sciences because I do hear those in YouTube that proclaim to be Moors or that identify as Moors as bringing that science, uh, particular type of science here. So this is why I keep believing that the British are the melanated people who are the Moors who brought the information and but it's just like so wild because I never heard about we have the peace treaty with the Moors, Morocco, and the United States per se, but that was for trading purposes. And then you don't hear the word Moor anymore until Noble Drew Ali pops up in the early 1900s.
Well, that's
So there's such
because
a huge long gap.
well, no,
Like
no, no,
these
no.
Brits
They
weren't
changed their name.
identified. They
They
weren't
changed their
identifying
names.
as Moors.
No, no,
Who
no. They
changed their
check
names?
the Moors. So the Moors have so many names. So when you say that the colonizers came over, those that came as the settlers in the 16, 1700s. So mainstream has it as white people came on boats over here as settlers. The Moors have many names except for the Moors. They were called the crypto Jews. So you see how we have cryptocurrency today? That's not a new word. That's also sponsored by the Black Royal European Coat of Arms today. The coat of arms families run every government that you see today. So
Wow.
crypto Jews is another term way back when you say Christopher Columbus, that's not his real name. Christopher Columbus' real name is Ferdinand Zarcos. Christopher Columbus is a code name. His real name is Ferdinand Zarcos. He was royal. Ferdinand Zarcos is the kin of King Charles V. King Charles V's father is Maximilian. So crypto Jews is one of the names. The Dutch, that's another name for the Moors. So when you say how did all these melanated niggas get to New York and they weren't from tribes? No, those are Moors who inhabited New York in the early 17 and the mid
Well,
1600s.
that's probably well. Then they were doing business with the Iroquois Confederacy
Well,
because
yeah, yeah.
we were here when the Moors came here, and see the Moors teach that they're from here, and
N-
that's the biggest problem I'm having.
No,
And
no,
I'm like,
no.
you
Yeah,
can't
you know what?
be.
I'm gonna tell you what I can tell you what the issue is, right? Most of y'all sources are coming from a Christian. Now, once you get it, when you deal with something, an event like that, such as war, there could be more than one side. So now we got to cross reference. We got to look at the other side story. We'll see what these people saying about it. There's also laws and documents and all that
Well,
about what happened
well, when you
and the
say
way so when we use these terms that the Christians place on these people, the Brutish Moors were the Brutish Moors, but they all came from America. They
no,
all was
no, no.
Americans.
When you
We
say
all were from here.
no,
We
no,
went
no,
over there.
no, no. When you say Christianity or any religions, I can send sister documents and resources on this.
Yeah,
When
I
you
would
when
really like it. I put
yes, when
my information in the
yeah,
back.
I'm gonna send you a ton of this stuff because this you can read research and you'll see yourself. I'm gonna send you a ton of. So when you say religions, you have to understand in 1550 through 1575, we have what's called the Piso family. The Piso family is another black royal family. They are one of the ones that wrote the scripts in that thing y'all call the Bible. There's nothing ancient about that book called a Bible, or any religion. It's fairly new. And the Moors cannot be from America because they came. When Chris came in 1490, that meant that they could not have already been from America or Canada. They came over here
All right, let me
around
ask you a
that
question,
time.
right? What else was going on at the time when he popped up in 1492? What else happened during that same week that he left from Spain?
Who you say, Chris?
I'm asking, yeah, there was something else significant that happened in that area they call Allen Luz that happened that same week he left there. You know what
I
that
can't.
was?
I
The
can't.
Inquisitions. The Inquisition was passed, and they had that week. They had all these so-called Moors that did not want to convert into Christianity
Yeah,
had to
so
leave.
no, I see where
So
you're
they
going with
people
this.
coming back home.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying.
Columbus
So
ride with them.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So when you say that the Christians or there was no really religion
I
as
understand
far
what
as
you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Father Decker. What I'm saying is this though: these melanated people that we call them Moors, all right, they were dealing on both sides. They were Christians and they were so-called Judaism or Islamic.
oh, okay, I see what you're
Okay,
saying.
so
So I'm
during
you know I see
the time the thing was going on, though, the reconquista that was going
y-
on in
yeah, yeah, I get you. I
Alabama,
get you.
yeah,
Yeah, I
these
get you.
people that did not want to convert into Christianity had to leave.
No, I get you. So
Yeah, and they all had to leave the same day. They sailed off.
yeah,
They
yeah, I
went all
get you.
different directions.
I
But
get you.
Columbus caught a ride with them.
So let me send this to you, Chris. So when you say that they didn't want to convert, so at that time you had a bunch of different type of Moors. They did not want to convert to Catholicism, and when we say Catholicism, we're not talking about praising or idol worshiping. They didn't want to convert to a specific doctrination that a specific family wanted them to do. So you go to Portuguese, you'll see that the Moors are all down there. Well, they escaped the Inquisition and they went to Portuguese. They also hid out in Amsterdam. That's why we see a bunch of Moors all over Amsterdam and Canada. And so we
And all
basically
of them were
have
Moors.
yeah, they're all Moors, but
Yeah,
they had a different foundation, so they actually went to war with one another, and we see that
of
today.
course. Yeah,
There's a bunch of YouTube channels. We have the Nation of Islam. We have a bunch of melanated Moors right now,
yeah.
and they all are going to war with one another, but yet they're here to make us look stupid, and they're also here to blame the white man for everything. We're
No, but that ain't
seeing
what they're doing.
we
I'm a
we
Moor.
no, I'm just no. That is
Yeah.
what you're doing. There's a bunch of
No,
Okay,
Moors.
no, 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 no,
hang on
James.
1 second, gentlemen. Hang on 1 second. Let's take a little breather. I like the information that I'm hearing because I never heard this before. And it sounds very interesting. 608 vibes. If you would be so kind to hit the link and come on the panel and share what you're wanting to discuss. Oh, the other guy just left. I was getting ready to let him speak. So if you want to pop back up on the panel,
Who me?
no, there was another gentleman back here and he left. But if he comes back, that would be great. If you could come back, but go ahead. I don't know which one of you were next, and when the gentleman that fell off comes back
Oh,
on, I'm
I'm
gonna let
still
him.
here.
No, that's Alan Thayer, and there was one more person back here
Ah,
waiting.
okay.
So if he would like to come back, when he comes back up, I'm gonna let him speak because he was trying to. So
Okay.
if you could come back, sir, that would be great. Because I opened up what you asked to share, not you guys. I'm talking to the other gentleman that was up here. If he could come back, I'll share the sources he gave, but I won't share them because I don't know what I'm talking about if I share his stuff. But go ahead, either one of y'all, it doesn't matter.
Me?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so what I was trying to tell the gentleman that if he's still there, cut off.
Y'all right
Um,
here.
I want to give and I can give a huge amount of data to explain how basically the Moors are just doing we would call the physical bidding because they couldn't send any Caucasians over to Central America. South America was nothing but melanated tribes. Those light-skinned, silky hair, eukaryotic mutants or domesticated species we see in Mexico, Central America, and South America, they just got there in the early 1800s. I can show you plenty of data, and I will do that and give it to sister.
Yeah, but that's not
432
what we're
drop.
talking about, okay?
No, I'm getting back to what you're saying
Oh, yeah,
about the Moors. I'm
yeah.
finna direct you straight
I'm
to
about to say
that.
we'll go back like 500 years or further
No, I'm just
from the
finna.
1800s.
No, I was just talking about how there was no melanated tribes.
Hang on 1 second, gentlemen. I want to ask both of y'all a question. All right, I already know Darvis believes that the Moors are from here. Alan, you said they're not from here, which I thought too.
No, they can't be from here. The reason why the Moors can't be from here because there's too much destruction that they have provided themselves here. They're very destructive and they do not have applied sciences in their belt. We can see Chinese,
I'll be
uh,
there.
We can see Chinese, we can see white Europeans, and I'm in the field of genetics and technology. It's too many white, tan, with no Moors inside the subjects of technology, science, and genetics. It seems as if the Dark Royals only use the Moors to do physical genocide and to do the bidding. They're not from a place where there was no war at. There was nobody hating and killing each other before they came here. That meant that when the Moors came here, you can look on YouTube channels right now. They do a bunch of division. You don't have one Moors channel right now that made one video. It could be 19 Keys. It could be Louis Farrakhan. You don't have a channel by the Moors that's saying we were the black slave owners of America. They don't want to admit it. We have a ton of videos, a ton of books. We even have the names of the Moors from the 1600s, 1700s, and the 1800s. They were all the black slave owners. What they have done is pointed the finger at the white man through their Hollywood movies, through their sitcoms, and their books. So they're hiding behind the Caucasian to say, oh, the Caucasian is the reason all this is happening. No, that's all
That's the
game.
question, King.
That's all game, bro. There's no YouTube channel on Instagram,
Yes, they are though. There's plenty
Snapchat.
of them out there. Yes, they
I'm
are.
just
That's
saying
not
that.
true.
I'm just saying, bro. If you are more,
Yeah.
show me a channel right now, and I want you to talk about this on her channel. Why won't y'all say that y'all were the black slave owners of the tribes
Yeah,
here, bro?
we do say that.
No, y'all don't. There's not
Nah, you
one
can tell me what the fuck we
bro.
say,
There's
King,
not
King.
one YouTube video that
Matter of
says
fact,
this, my brother.
ask the host if she ever heard of anything.
I didn't ask what she
I
heard
know you can
about.
ask her.
No. I
She'll tell
didn't
you
ask.
that there are people that do that. I'm saying, but King, listen, because you talk to a couple of people, you cannot take the answers you got from them couple of people and apply it to all Moors.
All Moors and no
You
Moors
can't
are
do
from
that.
this
They're
place.
different. King. The issue is we ain't going deep enough into history.
And y'all don't speak the language. Y'all don't speak a Gunkin
King, what
language. Y'all
language?
speak English and Gothic.
King. Those languages you talking about, most of them are contemporary.
No,
All
what
right,
I'm
we
saying,
talking back in history. All right, we talk about these. I'm talking about these different forms of Hebrew, Arabic, these ancient Latins that
ancient.
was here before these languages.
Bruh, there was no such
Okay,
thing as a Moor here. That's a new term.
King. You just don't understand it yet, but don't worry about it.
Why you think you
Keep
want to
on,
be a Moor so bad, bruh?
King. Calm down. We do a little, If you feel something wrong, you apply a question. If not,
Bruh,
do more research, and I'm gonna give you a couple places you can look at.
why you think you want to be a Moor so bad?
What do I think? I'm 48 years old. I don't think nothing.
We know you don't think of nothing. We
All
get
right,
that.
then. I do it.
I'm a
I do
geneticist.
what I do.
You're not in
Boom.
science.
I know,
You
but
don't
you a
study
geneticist
any.
talk about history though.
Well,
You
I'm
outside
talking.
your lane, King. We not talking genetics. We talking history.
Genetics is the history, brother.
No, King. No.
Y'all are
Listen,
not. Y'all don't have the same
King.
genetics
You
as
don't
the
even know what them
tribes
people
over here.
had. You know
I
what
can
you
explain
mean?
it to you. I
No,
can
you
explain it
can't.
to you.
Because I'm from here. You going by something these crackers told you, a philosophy
You see how you
that
just called? Wait,
school
wait,
you come that school of thought you get that from
wait. You see how you just
comes
called
from
him a
one
cracker?
six.
You see
Okay,
how you just called him a cracker? You shouldn't have did
Why?
that.
Well, I take that back.
hold
I
You
up,
take
shouldn't
that
have
brother,
back.
did that, man.
brothers,
Listen,
hold
but
up.
look what I'm saying, right?
Why would you call him a cracker for?
Hold
Gang.
on, hold on. Let's explain to each other. So, I think,
Why are you calling him cracker? I don't understand why would he. That's the Moors. That's that crackers. That's what they do. Why would he call them a cracker for? I'm talking. I
Listen,
can
gang.
explain their genetics. We shouldn't be calling them crackers
Cool,
because they
cool.
came from the
okay.
same place that the
Let's
Moors
ex-
came from.
okay.
Gang.
Let's explain the genetics,
Let's get to
and
yes,
then
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Darvis, you can respond to his genetics.
And I know he might not be responding because they don't. The Moors are not in any of these scientific fields for a
My
reason.
God.
The
Okay.
white guy has mitochondria. We don't have any high altitudes of mitochondria. The white guy has a bunch of white blood cells. Real niggas don't have nothing but red blood cells.
Can
Them
you
the
qualify what a real nigga is? We
when
talking
she
genetics. So what do you mean
I'm,
by a real nigga?
a real nigga is what this channel owner, Miss Sister, she's trying to find out the original tribes from here. Who are they distinguished from the Moors? This boils down with genetics. This is exactly why we don't resonate. Every YouTube channel you see that's Moors based, they don't speak about nothing of mathematics. It ain't nothing about high physics. It's nothing about but a timeline of history on who we supposed to be with them about? That's all they do. But we look at some white channels, Chinese channels, Japanese channels, brother, they are all in every applied science field that you can't even get your attention span around. Why is it like this if y'all both came from the Black European coat of arms of Europe? It seems as if they use you guys to be the physical muscle of this place, because all the tribes that are in South America that was melanated, either they went to nearby lands. We have caves that lead to underground cities. We even have plenty of places that the original Indian tribes that was here, they were subjugated from America because of the Moors either killed them or enslaved them. But
All right, let me ask
why
a
didn't the
question, King.
Black European coat of arms put you guys in studying physics, high forms of mathematics? The only people of the Black European coat of arms that were in science and applied field of physics, well, when you say Christopher Columbus, his name ain't Chris or Columbus. His name is Ferdinand Zarcos. He was
Cool,
royal.
I got you. But his name was also Columbus. He got converted. He became a
His
Christian. When you
name,
become, calm
you,
down, King. Once you become a Christian, your name changed. If you look at any one of them aristocratic people in those days, they all had two names, King.
no man, that's no.
Yes.
That was.
That's why I said you
Did
got
you
to do
know
a
that was
little
a
more
patent?
research, King.
Did you know
Do a
that
little
was a
more research.
patent?
Name
Do you,
anybody. Name anybody. See if they got more than one name.
did you know that was
I
a
bet you they
patent?
do, King.
No, I'm saying, did you know that Christopher Columbus? I can send her the documents. That was a patent. They
I
patented
know,
and
but he didn't
copyrighted
come up
that.
with nothing.
What I'm
He didn't
saying
come
is,
up with no patent. You talk
no,
about James, but Christopher Columbus didn't have that kind of status. They come up with no patents, King.
he had Christopher
He carried
had to have that.
a law, a papaboo from the cross. That the
He
authority
had
of
to have.
anything he did came from the cross, came to church.
When we
That
say the
whole place
cross,
where they
we
came
used to.
from, Lisbon,
So when you
Lisbon,
when
Al-Andalus, Cassilia, Argyle, all of them became Christians.
when we use the cross,
And they
you
got their
do you ever
power
see this?
from
So
the
let me.
church.
Okay, so since you said that we're speaking of the power of the Christ, do you ever see a picture of them holding like a cross in their hand or some type of?
I
It look
don't
like
look at
a
pictures because
rod.
that's lookership. They can be
No,
too
no.
misleading. I don't deal with
What?
pictures like that.
No, what I'm saying, if you could look online and maybe
I don't
U.S.
look on
Archive, no, on USarchive.org, 432 drop
the
channel, there's you can see a bunch of photos of Black European coat of arms from the
cool,
1400s.
and I
No,
understand that.
no,
I understand
listen,
what
listen,
you're saying
listen,
though.
no, listen. I'm finna tell you somewhere from the 1500s, from the 1600s. If you see something in their hand, you might see a cross or some type of metal rod. Those are what we call scalar weapons. So they were very advanced with their weaponry. The cross they had in
Jesus.
their hand, that was a weapon. It wasn't a literally cross for a religion, bro. That's
Kid,
why I say y'all don't
you
study
making a
physics.
serious argument. I didn't say it was. You arguing with yourself. Can't pay attention to what you're saying. I never made that argument. What I
Do
said,
you?
I really deal with pictures because most of them are not pictures. They're paintings or drawings, and they're copywritten, owned by a certain group of people. And when they get these copyrights on these books or these things on their platform, they can apply these pictures to because
Well,
they
well,
copyright the pictures. So these paintings, whatever we call them, they are not necessarily the truth. You got to be
well,
careful with a painting game. A lot
well,
of
well,
paintings came out later on.
well. We're not. I'm not really speaking of the
Yeah,
pain. I'm speaking about.
so I
I'm
know. But
speaking about the
before we talk about coats of arms, we
I'm
understand how
talking
that
about the
works, okay?
cross. I was speaking about the different types and the technology was called scale away defensive weapon with the crosses that they have. So the cross can be used in plasmonic physics because it can direct an electrostatic field to the right and a 90-degree to the magnetic field to the left. So the cross,
But brother,
we
that's
use this
not the subject matter of the conversation.
Wait, wait,
yes, it
wait,
is.
wait,
I'm
wait,
trying
wait,
to
wait,
it
wait.
is. I'm
No,
talking yes,
Actually,
we
it
it
talk
is.
is.
about no,
It,
we
it,
talk
it,
about the Christians.
I'm
All right.
telling
no,
you that when you say
that's
Christian, you said the cross though, bro.
No, the symbolism from the cross can get mixed up with Christianity. But that symbolism, that cross was here before Christianity was here.
That's what I'm
It's an
saying.
ancient symbol. So
That's what I'm saying.
this go way before Christianity.
That's
Although
on
you may
point.
see it to represent it.
You're on point,
Yeah,
and
I
that's why I
know.
say that the
King, I
cross.
got you. I got you. I got you, King. I got you.
Yeah, the
Now,
point.
this is what I was saying. But this
Yeah,
is
the
what I was
point.
saying. Though. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm listening to you, sir. I was just finna say
All
the
right.
cross was pre-utilized, like you say, before any religion came out with it. The cross we use in plasmonic physics because you can use that cross symbol to allow an electrostatic or electromagnetic field to go in a specific direction. And I wasn't saying
Cool.
that the pictures that we see is real, like you say, they could have been falsified. However, if you go on usarchive.org or you go look up Black European coat of arms families from the 16, 17, and 16,
So
1500s,
I understand.
you
I got the book.
Yeah, you all see them. Some of them have what's called a weapon of despise in their hand, and that wasn't just a metal rod made of metal. These guys had defensive scalar technology way back then, and we don't even see black royals today. It's as if they disappeared. So in the 1900s or today, can somebody show me where are they now? It's as if they disappeared from the scene, and they put the white man in Europe. When you say Queen Elizabeth, that is the only Caucasian woman that was called
Oh,
a
shit.
queen. Everything before that was all melanated. It's as if the black European coat of arms stood behind the scenes today, and they put all of these other people in charge of all the governments. And now we see the Moors, but the Moors aren't governing themselves. The Moors have always been given instructions from the dark royal European coat of arms today.
I know, but King, they are the Moors. The same dark European coat of arms, they are the Moors. Not only that, they are also
They not the
Americans.
Moor. They're not the
Yes, they
Moors
are. Yes,
because
King. If you do any one of them boy bloodline, you trace all their bloodline back here, King.
no, they're not saying that. What I'm
Any
what
one
I'm
of
saying.
people, I cool, I got you. I know, but listen though, any one of those so-called aristocratic people who had that kind of power, these 13 families or whatever you want to call them, all their bloodlines come back to here.
Okay,
These
so
people right
That's
here
the
started
part
right here.
that's the part that
they
I
can't
have
come
the
from here.
great right. That's
Cool,
the
I
part
got you.
that I
I heard you. I heard you.
right.
I understand
Y'all,
what
the
you're
Moors are
Hey,
saying.
very
But
destructive.
Wait a minute. Give it a little break. That's the part that I have the misunderstanding with, as far as the Moors tracing their history back to the 13 colonies. That's why I'm confused at. How are they tracing their history back to the 13 colonies when the land, well, we'll say 13 plantations, because there wasn't that much land that the Indians gave them. But how do they trace their ancestry back to the 13 colonies when the people that got the 13 colonies came here, and those colonies were given or sold to them by the Indians? That's the part that I'm confused with.
cool. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. There's two sides to every story. You got to look at the other side the same way you look at one side. We can't just eat one side of the story and just get rid of the whole other side of the story because everybody had their point of view, their own story. Now, if you look at the other side, you find out these people that came over here, such as James them, these people got bloodline ties to here. They already been here. These people we call them Moors. Most of them came from here and went over there, colonized, like you said. They became aristocrats in those areas. They set up the companies in those areas so they can get standing. Excuse me, standing. That was the whole purpose of these companies, such as the United States Inc., the British company, the Spanish company. All these are companies. Mm. These are the same people. They went there doing trade. They getting their stuff they trade. Most of the stuff they trading coming from the promised land. Coming from here, from the Americas. That's how they got power over there. The
Okay,
resources they had.
so they came. Okay, you're saying that the Moors can trace their history back to
I
the
said
13
everybody
colonies.
can. No, I said 13 calls. You threw that in there.
Okay, all right.
I said these
All right,
13 families.
okay, the families,
Yeah, them
and
over there. Yeah.
okay, that's where I don't see where the proof is being given. I'm hearing it orally. I don't see any proof of that,
I know you gotta
because
go, you gotta dig a little.
the last I checked, in reference to the 13 families, they came here. They're Europeans.
All right, cool. Now, what I'm saying is, right, pay close attention.
Okay.
Most of those aristocrats you find over there, you can pick one out, you realize all of them have blood connections to these people over here. If you look at their history of what's going on there, how they got that power, not only that, when you really look at them good, you find out they were not even indigenous to those lands. That's why they went by the term Moor, because they wasn't really British. They wasn't really Spanish. They really wasn't Greek or German or whatever. They came there.
But it
To
also
see,
shows that
they got
that
power.
they weren't. It's also showing that they werenent part of the Iroquois confederacies either, because none of them,
I got you.
no one ever spoke about them.
All right, cool. All right, so this is what we do, Ram.
Hello?
Let's Google right quick.
Yeah,
Hello?
When the beginning of the Iroquois Confederation. When did it start?
you have to tell me. You're on a panel to explain. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Hello,
No,
am I
I'm
on the
asking a
panel
question.
still?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. I was cut off again. It keeps cutting me off. Okay, I'm listening. I'm here, man.
Okay. Mo, go ahead, Darvis. If you could Google that and let me know, I'd be glad to hear it. I mean, I already read my research on what is confusing me.
What's also confusing is the Moors don't explain how they raped and enslaved the tribal women here. That's how they mixed their bloodlines in the 17 and 1800s. That's not being talked about. So the Moors can say that they are from this place in a sense because they mixed their genetics with the women of the tribes by enslaving them and raping them. And
All
they
right,
don't talk
let me
about
another
that
question,
neither.
Ken. Because we always forget about another big part of history.
But
Do you think that? That
hold up. The problem that I'm having, because I'm basing it on the information that I pulled from the area, the Iroquois area before it was Canada. What I'm trying to figure out is how come there was no the Iroquois Confederacy didn't speak about Moors. This is the information I'm looking for. How come no one in the Iroquois Confederacy say, "Hey, I'm a Moor," or you know what I'm saying? Now we're
cool.
talking from Connecticut. We're talking from Canada, what is now Canada, all the way to New York, all the way up. No, I've never heard like. Hang on
Next
one
question, babe.
second.
How many
Wait a
authors
minute.
we
Wait a
done
minute.
read
Wait a
that was?
minute. I need you to answer my questions, because if you
I
don't
got
answer
this.
my questions, I'm not gonna ever believe more shit. So
Mom, listen.
let me
I
see.
understand what you're saying. I answered it.
Hang on 1 second,
All right,
because I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question where
cool.
you could probably help me. Okay. I never heard the Cayuga say they were Moors. I never heard the Mohawks say they were Moors. I never heard the Oneida said they was Moors. I never heard the Onondaga say they were Moors. I never heard the Seneca identify as Moors or the Tuscaroras as Moors. I never heard the Cherokees identify as Moors, the Chickasaw, the
Now,
Choctaw. I've never
is
heard
a
any
Mohawk and
of.
a Seneca
Now,
part of the Iroquois or Algonquin, or is it a blend?
huh? Say that again, hun.
How you doing, Chief Morning Thunder? I said,
Hey,
those tribes you named, are they Algonquin, Iroquois, or a blend of both?
well, when you go to look for the Iroquois tribes, it gives those 6. So I don't know. I it could be a mixture.
A lot of kinfolk, kindred tribes that didn't get recognized did fall under some of those 6 tribe nations, just like Tuscarora. They never got federal recognized or state recognized, but they went under with Seneca and the Iroquois in Algonquin. So it's a lot of hidden stuff missing that we got to
Okay, I
find
never
combs
heard
through.
of Blackfoot identify as a Moor.
There is no
Never
more.
heard of Powhatan tribe
Maybe because
identify
those
as
names are
Moors.
contemporary.
The
These are all contemporary
Abenaki.
tribes,
Okay,
Mama.
but I'm saying
Let her talk real quick. Let her talk.
I'm just saying I never heard the Powhatan tribes say they were Moors. Blackfoot say they were Moors. The Abenaki, the Algonquin, the Mohegan, or I've never heard them mention Moors.
So
I never heard Lenape say they was
keep,
Moors.
keep
I
on
just
thunder.
haven't.
You also
But
won't
when
get the
we
Moors saying that they were the invaders neither.
Okay, so these are questions that I just want answered. That's all.
this how I look at it and do my research. The king funded both sides of the war. Everybody was related. Everybody was kindred in some form or fashion through your trade. You can't keep getting caught up in these names. As far as the
Well, that's
Dutch,
the
the
same thing
British.
with Moors. With Moors, y'all
So
want us to get caught up. If Moors is a misnomer, then the problem is proving that Moor is a misnomer.
So peep this, Auntie. Think about it like this. To me, a Moor ain't no different from the Marines. Every Mohawk, every Seneca, every Choctaw didn't get enlisted or wanted to go abroad. That's how I look at it.
I well, that's why I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining it right, but you don't hear any mentioning of Moor since the treaty that was signed with Morocco, the peace treaty
Only
in the
Moor I
United
respect
States.
is the chief. Is the
After that, then there's a mentioning of a Moor when Noble Oju Ali popped up, who was not born a Moor but went over somewhere and came back trying to teach more stuff. So it's just like freaking me out.
so Chief Thunder. This what I got of it.
And I need some concrete
You hear
evidence
me?
too.
Mike check.
Yeah,
This what I got.
your mic is not is gone, Chiapas.
Just a
Can't
minute,
hear you,
man.
hon.
Can you hear me better?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Or thing too, besides mooring and yachting as an occupation was they were saying in the 15th century up, Algonquin chiefs were called sagamores. And even in law, the highest award you could get in law is a sagamore award.
Hello?
Okay, so she's saying, I don't know why she won't hit the piano. I mean, we can be mature women up here. It's kind of hard to keep reading from the chat, but she says, okay, so if you don't hear a Moors, or if you don't hear of Moors, then who's the government that disenfranchised the true Indians?
The truth.
And from what I see, there are disenfranchisement. The disenfranchisement of the Indians took place by our people and the white government that
Black
was
European
here.
coat of arms.
Or well, I don't know, because you're looking at the disenfranchisement of Black Wall Street across these states, and those dates of disenfranchisement, I don't see Black Moors. I see our people and uh that join hands with these 50 states. So this is why I said that there seems to be something's missing.
Yeah, the Black European coat of arms families, that's what's missing.
Okay, she's a
You know what I mean?
mature little immature woman. I don't deal with immature women. I mean, I like to have a decent conversation with women, and this is why you mostly see niggas on my panel. I would expect more respect, in a decent conversation. And if that's something you're not mature enough and woman enough to come up here and handle with me, then maybe you should go over in the more area. Why are you over in my chat room? I offered you to come up here. All right, y'all, clip this red bitch out. I ain't got time. I ain't got time for no little jealous bitches coming in chat. Now, I tried to be welcoming to you. See what Chief Thunder says, y'all? I tried to be humble to her and speak nicely. I didn't speak out of tone or disrespect to her at all. I was just trying to have a conversation in hopes she would like to join the panel. But obviously she don't. So bitch, get your red stinking ass out my chat room. Now you just got the whammy from Sister Bethy. Bye, bitch. I don't got time. I don't. Take a red ass on. But go ahead, brothers. Y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
Am I still here, man?
You are.
Okay,
Alan
man.
Thayer's here. Chiapas is here. And Davos is here.
Yeah,
Nah, bitch, you gotta go. Cause I tried to be honorable and respectful to you because I really wanted you to come up and have a nice conversation. Because my first thought And your message in the chat, Miss Indian Red, was, oh, a sister that I could talk to. But you in there bitching off in the chat, talking, just off the way. I said what I said. I don't got time for that. When women talk like that, you put me, you make me think you're from my daughter's era in the 1990s. And I don't play with little young bitches my daughter's age.
King
So
of
you
all
could
men,
just
do your research,
I'm
respect it and
kicking you
check it,
from
and
my
you ain't checking
studio.
it.
Kicking
Sorry,
you from
Chief.
my studio. So don't come back up here, bitch. You had your chance. Because I was trying to be humble. Go roll the tape back. Take your stinking ass out of here. Now y'all see a prime example of why Sister Bethy don't fuck with bitches. And I call bitches as I see them.
Niggas is bitches too. That go for men and women.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. But I was really trying to be humble to her so she can come up and have a nice conversation with me. But I ain't got time for no little young tramps. But y'all got it. Y'all brothers, go
So,
ahead.
so,
Just
so Chief
listen
Morning
to each
Thunder,
other. Just
Chief
listen
Morning
to each
Thunder.
other.
I don't want to
Go
gloss.
ahead.
I don't want to gloss past what I was trying to tell you about. Certain Algonquin and Iroquois went by Sagamore.
Sagamore.
Correct.
Spell that. Oh,
Sagamore.
Sagamore. Sagamore. Okay.
Sagamore, and that's the highest award you could get in the law too. And all the statues I see ain't nothing but quote unquote niggas on these statues.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so we don't get too turned off by words and terms. When you look it up, it's been coined since the 15th century. A chief, a Algonquin chief.
Okay.
Okay, so is it so the next question is, where did all these brothers and sisters go that were from Canada? They didn't get killed, they wasn't killed or enslaved all. Where did the brothers and sisters that were tribes all leave if they didn't get killed? There's a channel called Vibes of Cosmos, and you can look on a full moon. You can see all other land masses that you cannot see that's on your mainstream maps. So when you go at the
Facts.
bottom of Chile, that's not there's no Antarctica up under there. There's a Forgete, huge continent. We have brothers and sisters that left this regime that we're in, and they
A fact.
escorted themselves across Chile. If we keep going out towards the other side of Costa Rica or Belize, you can keep going out that way. There's plenty of land mass over there. If you go to Australia, about 150 miles out, you will see a huge land mass over there. And so this is why they have the military bases in the middle of the oceans, so you cannot cross to get to these other land masses. There's a channel I repeat called Vibes of Cosmos, and you can look and see how you can.
To piggyback off you, brother, a lot of people don't gotta go through these other channels if they really doing a true genealogy.
No, I'm not talking about genealogy. We talking about land masses that you cannot see on any map that
Pause,
you're.
pause, pause. Once again, I'm not trying to look outside ourselves. If you do your genealogy, which has something to do with you, you will know these things. Just like I know my family had land past what you just said, past Chile called Drake's Passage, what they will call today's Antarctica, which is hot as hell over there, which Google will smudge so you will not see. So people just gotta do their damn research
You're
and
not listening to what I'm saying, bro. I'm
I
not
don't
here to
gotta
talk
listen to
about,
Hold
this
up.
shit.
Hold
You
up.
talk about
Hold
Alzheimer's
up.
don't
Hold up.
talk.
Hold up.
bro. I'm
Brothers,
not.
let talk nicely to each other. Don't
Yeah,
get
Go ahead,
upset.
brother. I'll give
I'm
you the
not,
floor.
It's
I'll give you the
the,
floor.
okay. Yeah, just talk
bruh.
nicely.
I
That's all.
only,
So we can
bruh,
understand you.
bruh. I only said that there is a picture on the full moon that happens every month on the channel called Vibes of Cosmos. They have the mathematics to prove everything how high the sun is, which it ain't that high. The moon, that full moon, shows all of the other land masses that you cannot see on mainstream maps. That's all I said. I know
I
for a
agree with
fact.
you.
That's all I said. So why are you telling me about a genealogy, bro?
Oh, then you must be an op then because why one you want nobody to do their research on so they
I
can
didn't,
reclaim their shit.
bro. I'm
I just
not
said
here.
I get you. You still trying to find some contention. I'm saying forget all that outside source shit. If they do their own genealogy and work, they will know that. Just like I ain't have to hear that from you to know that I got land past so-called Antarctica.
I
That's
wasn't
all I'm
talking
saying.
about, bro. I wasn't talking about you have or I have
All right,
land.
next. I'm sorry, Chief Morning Thunder. Next, you want
No,
to argue?
bro. You
Now it's too
don't
short
know.
to box with the guy, bro. It's over.
Hey,
Okay.
bro,
Okay. All right.
bro.
It's
You mean to tell
okay.
me you arguing over land that's not yours, bro?
So it's okay, brothers. This is where I'm trying to, you know, make the behaviors real nice on the panel, so the audience and everybody
I don't
watching
know why. I don't know why this
can
brother
learn
got
from
mad. I don't know
can
why he was
learn
mad.
from both of you. Yeah, we don't have to get
But she cut him
upset
off.
with each other. We
I
can
don't know
talk.
why he was mad.
We can really talk nicely to each other.
That's what I'm
That
doing,
way,
man.
yeah, you are Chiapas. I know you get a little passionate, but it's okay, brother. We're just
I do.
dialoguing. It's okay, sweetheart. We're just dialoguing. It really is. But both of you have deep knowledge, and
There's
I
a huge
appreciate it,
tribe
including you,
of
Darvis.
Moors.
I'm trying to literally, truthfully, trying to learn about this because I don't know everything, and I
He went in. The
first
brother
one to admit it.
went in.
So I'm learning from y'all. I'm
Yeah.
collecting information as y'all speak. So this is helpful to me.
Yeah.
Indian Red, I told you, and I don't know why you keep hitting the link. I really was trying to dialogue with you in the chat
More.
in hopes. Could y'all hold it while I address this young lady? Because she keeps hitting my link. Indian Red, I truly tried to dialogue with you in the chat to get you to come up here. And I was trying to speak nicely to you. Women have a tendency to come off smart mouth to me, and I don't like it. The energy I don't like. There's a lot of sisters in YouTube that have really great attitudes, even though I disagree with them, and we communicate very well. You are not the type of woman that I like to be around. You're not my cup of tea, and I don't want to. I'm just not comfortable with you on my panel. I don't want to argue with you, and I just blocked you from my chat, but you keep hitting the link. So I'm going to humbly ask you, do not hit the link to come on the panel because I don't want your company, sister. I tried. Go and look back at the tape and see how I tried to communicate nicely with you in hopes you would come up and we have a great conversation together. You kind of sisters, I don't be around. Not my tea. So I see you later. I'm gonna remove you again, or you can stay back there if you want to. But no, I can't communicate with you, sis. You lost it. Any other nice sisters out there that want to hit the link, I wholeheartedly welcome you to my panel. Okay, brothers, y'all got it. Darvis, you've been quiet. Anybody?
Peace. All right, now, hold
Hey,
on. All right, now the part of the question you asked me about these people not mentioning these names. I We have to understand that it was almost like a oath. These so-called people in power now agreed to that they wouldn't mention these people or who you were, so they can keep you in the mind frame as always being nothing. But at one time, we do know that our people were great. One time, we could tell by it, like the man said, you can tell by doing your genealogy. One time, we owned the country for the land wise. Now all of a sudden, based on what we seeing in the news, what we seeing in these books, or in these institutions, they make it seem like we just jump off a slave boat.
Y'all did just
But our
jump out the slave
genealogy,
boat. Y'all did just jump out the slave
King,
boat
calm
because we don't
down,
know what a black European coat of arms
Now let him
represents.
on, Uncle Darwin. Let him
calm
swing. Let
down, man.
Ashtray let Ashtray shadow box. Let him shadow box.
Okay, give me
You
5
just talk
seconds.
about these coats of arms. That these are your people, King. They went over there.
Where they at now?
They're still over there.
No. Where are the black European coat of arms family right now today? Where are they?
They lost power.
They didn't lose power because you can't name the
Yeah,
war that they lost power in.
King. It was all
You
done politically.
no 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 no
Same
no
people,
no
King.
no no no,
Hey, you
bro.
asked me a
Well, for
question
the
or you
record,
just making
hold on for
comments.
both of y'all. For the record, the seats are vacant and they waiting for you to go claim them. Next.
Bro, you sound silly. Name the war that
I'm
exterminated
sorry
black
you ain't doing
European
your
coat of
due
arms
diligence.
families. Bro, you sound real silly. Name the
I'm
war.
sorry you didn't do your due diligence.
You can't spell
Speak
diligence.
for your
Spell.
household.
You
Who
can't
house
spell
you coming,
diligence,
matter of
bro.
fact? Since you
Tell
running your
me the
mouth,
war.
who house did you come from? Who house you coming in?
Tell me the war that exterminated black
Who house
European
are
coat
you
of arms.
coming in?
We could tell you represent
For
them.
the record.
We
Because
could
I
tell you
stay ready.
represent
Big
them.
Hawkins.
We could tell you
okay.
represent the Moors. You could tell you represent the Moors because it's very volatile and hostile how both of y'all talk.
Let
It
you
didn't
tell it.
seem like that, King. Ain't nobody
Let
trying to
you
be like
tell it.
that, and I'm not trying to convert nobody. We talk about history. All right, we talk about history. You got an emotional connected to that
Facts,
word.
Elder.
And
You
every
know,
time I'm thinking when you hear the word, you thinking you dealing with your enemy, King. I don't even know you.
okay, I
That's
got a
when we
question
We
look
for
ain't
you,
at
talking
Bishop.
about that. That's
genealogy.
not what we talk about. You
Okay,
make them
okay,
arguments,
so
King, with yourself.
I have a
hang on,
question.
hang on, gentlemen. Hang on, gentlemen. Alan, ask your question and
Okay.
then mute your mic so that they could answer it.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Real quick question. Can any of the brothers on the stream or in the live chat name the war? Be very specific. What war took out the Black European coat of arms because they all of a sudden disappeared off the scene and they put a white woman named Queen Elizabeth and King Charles, who's a replica of the Black King Charles, in the 19 and early
He's
1900s.
telling you the answer
What
right there.
war? What war took out the Black European coat of arms family? Now I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay, answer this question.
The Christian,
All
the
right.
succession of the church, when these so-called unmelanated people start using the name of these melanated people, they took on your name, took on your identity, and became you.
Welcome. Corporately, not organic or
Exactly. Not
naturally.
organically. Now these are
Wait, wait,
companies.
wait,
But
wait,
he know
wait.
You
that.
gotta
One
He's
remember that
so
now.
smart.
wait. One answer at a time because I
Oh,
want
my
to hear
bad.
this. I want to hear it. Go ahead,
Go
Darvish.
ahead,
Are you
Dar. I'm gonna let
finished?
Darvish do it. I gotta get back to the grind, Auntie.
Yeah, listen, man.
Oh, all right. Darvis answered. Alan.
You already
He.
answered that though.
Yep. Darvis
Yeah.
answered. Alan. Darvis answered the question. What is your response to his question? Alan, your mic is muted if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can. We didn't hear anything you said.
Oh,
He
okay.
responded already.
Okay.
Darvis, did you hear it? Did you
Yes,
hear his
ma'am.
response?
Yeah,
Okay.
his response wasn't really a response because the Moors will not respond to this. The question is, what is the name of the war and when did this happen that they killed and took out over few hundred different Black European coat of arms families? Because in the early 1900s, we have a white woman called Queen Elizabeth that took the throne, the first and only Caucasian that took the throne. Anytime before this, we have what's called Black European coat of arms, ruining, destroying everything. Over 10 million Africans were killed in the Congo due to King Leopold, this is a white man, who was given directions from the Black European coat of arms in 1880. 10 million Black Africans. So I want to ask the brother, what is the name of the war that it happened and what is the timeline that this happened in? We don't want to hear anything about politics. It makes people confused and we don't, no. Name the war that they killed and dismantled the Black European royal coat of arms families because they're actually hiding behind the scenes as we speak, and they are running every government as we see. That's why the Moors are not laying down on any media outlet. They're not laying down on YouTube channels. They are here to continue to do the bidding. So I want to ask the brother, what is the war? Where did it take place? That blood was shed and they took out all of these Black European coat of arms families. 9 times out of 9, man, they're not going to answer this.
Because the problem is the question, King. First of
You
all,
see
it's
how they
not a
can't answer?
question.
You see?
It's not really a question. Now, what I could tell you is that there was a session in the church where these so-called
Wow.
black, follow what I'm saying, King? When these so-called black or melanated popes all of a sudden turn white. Same thing happened over here. When these tribes, a lot of these tribes, you go look at these names, and the original people you know are melanated, but you go on these reservations, you see some people on that mother that wasn't
Hey,
quite,
hang on.
don't quite fit the description. There was a time period, King, all over the planet. This was going on. And it happened in the 1900s. These people all of a sudden went from melanated to they created, setting up a company, and people that control the company took on your names or our names or our ancestors' names. And they put their face on it. And they called themselves that and ruled under that name. These companies. That's what I'm saying, King. It wasn't really like a war like you think, and especially not one thing.
You're not answering the
There's a few
question,
things that
man.
King, because there was no one war that did that, King.
You're not answering the question. Where are
King,
the black
because you
European
asking
coat of
something,
arms at today? Where are they at today?
King. King, they still in the
Okay.
libraries.
No, they
Okay.
not, man. No, they
Okay.
not.
Okay.
King, come on,
Okay.
man.
Hey, hang on. Alan. Alan, can you tell us what the wars are?
Okay, so here we go. There never was a war because every black European coat of arms, every black European coat of arms family today, man, they are running and hiding behind all of the governments you see today. So when I was asking the brothers to name the war, I guarantee they can name every other war they ever heard of. They'll say something like this: have you ever heard about the war against the Iran versus Iraq? Have you heard against the war that was the when the because he said that the Moors were going against each other, the Catholicos versus the Christians. Well, how come you know the name of this war? How come you can't name the war that exterminated all of the black royal European coat of arms families? It's because you can't.
No, King,
They're
because
Okay.
hiding
All right.
behind
there
everybody's
was
mouth.
no war. You just said there
Okay.
was no war, King.
All right. Let Darvis respond, Alan. And even
Man,
if you don't like his comment, don't interrupt him. Let him respond, and then you could go back because we can
King,
hear
man,
you better that way.
like I was saying, man, King, there was no war. You even
You,
agreed. You said at the beginning there was no war.
and
I
I'm
never
saying
said
it.
there was a
I'm
war.
trying.
You
No, you're
laid a
absolutely
trick
right.
question out there. Now, what I said was the question was the error, was the problem.
No,
Now,
you absolutely right.
yeah,
You
cool. All right, well, cool. We don't go. So we don't pass that part.
No, we
Now,
not past that. No, we not past the part. The reason why it was never a war is because they never went anywhere. That means their black European coat of arms families are running every government system today, and all the Moors are working for them. From the media, Hollywood, YouTube channels, you name it. So there never was a war. So how did they get taken over? They never was taken over. They are still destroying and destructing as we speak.
mama, we're in the middle of the night. No, Bubba.
There never was a war. So they never was taken out. They
Listen, man, right?
infiltrated. The Moors have infiltrated this place. That's why sister is trying to find out how are the Moors saying that they're from this place. She lost. And the reason why she lost is because the black royals have hid behind the white European coat of arms families. They have hidden behind the Korean families, Chinese families. Like they are hiding behind the government so they can do the bidding. If you want to see where the Moors at today, they are all your Hollywood actors. They are the gatekeepers. They're on YouTube. They're on Instagram. They are the ones that are still doing the bidding today. So he's absolutely right. That I'm right. There never was a war that took all of these black royal families out. So if it didn't take them out, bro, where are they today? They're still here. Y'all are still here. Moors get their instructions from the royal families. Kanye West is not just Kanye West. Anybody that's in the media that's white or black with power, and they're in Hollywood or they're in a news outlet and they have status, you're looking at Boule, Moors, or the Masons. You're looking at them. And by the way, Scottish Freemasonry started in 1775 in South Carolina when the Moors came over here. So that's when the masonry of Scottish free rights started. It's nothing ancient about Freemasons. The Masons is a working class for the black royal European coat of arms.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I heard you say some interesting names. So people like Jay-Z, Beyonce,
we
50
just did a
Cent.
genealogy on
Hey,
Beyonce.
hang on, sir. Let me ask you the question, and then you can answer it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm asking you for the audience too. So
Okay.
again, let me finish the question. I heard you say Jay-Z, Beyonce, 50 Cent, or Puffy, all these people in powers. What you're telling me, because you did agree that Moors are not from here. So does that mean Jay-Z and Beyonce, all of them are not the Aboriginal American Indians to North
Yes.
America?
Yes, ma'am. We just did it. You could go to Karimi Ahu channel and you will see that he just did a
No, I don't
genealogy.
do Carimbio's channel, and I
No,
don't
no,
do his
no. Well,
genealogy.
you don't have to do his
But
no, you don't have to do his channel at all. But I'm just saying that he just did a genealogy to show that Beyonce was a Moor. Jay-Z was a Moor. He traced it all the way back to show that they are part of the French royal Black European coat of arms family. So you can look at Beyonce hair
Well,
follicles.
you understand that. First, one thing I want to say about Caremio that you probably don't know about from my dealings with him is Caremio is very color struck.
Oh no, he
He
real
is
color
not.
struck.
No. Hang on, let me finish. I find him to be very color struck, and he's upset because he has more of his European features. So, he has a tendency to try and make all the Aboriginals here on the mainland in North America. He tries to make all of them Black Europeans.
Well, ma'am, he actually have a bunch of books and videos. He shares
Yeah,
resources.
I
Shut the
guess what?
more.
I got a bunch of videos, books, and I'm a genealogist, and I do have my certification. I have my certificate. I took a long course, antagonizing course on genealogy, and so
Let's forget
I
about
don't.
Carino. Let's throw him out the picture. Let's
Well,
throw him out the picture.
you threw him in the picture, so he is not
Okay.
a great source for me.
Well, I
In
was
other
just trying.
words,
Well, I was only using him, ma'am, not to really use him as a top ladder. I was just trying to. You said the word Beyonce and Jay-Z, and I was just saying that he actually just did a genealogy probably 10 days ago. Knew this about all the celebrities. There's plenty of data as to why are they so powerful with the finances that they have. So when the Moors came over, they were called the merchants. They were in charge of merchants to selling and buying the money system. And this is all the way back when they first came and established in New York. They were called the Dutches. So in the 1700s, there were the Moors established came from Amsterdam, and from Amsterdam they came from England, Spain. So they came with the money, they came with the ideology to be the seller and the buyer. They were called the merchants. So we go to Hollywood, we can see a bunch of melanated, and it isn't just about melanated. We also see Caucasians with the bag also. 10, 20, $100 million worth. And so these are gatekeepers of the same organization. They actually work together. When we say colonizing, we want to see a black woman with a white man or a white man with a black woman. This is called colonizing. This is what the Moors were already doing because they actually came from the same vicinity that the Caucasians came from. So it's easy for them to cross colonize themselves in relations. There was no white woman or white man in the tribes that were naturally from this place where we at, South America, Africa. They seem to have came out of nowhere, just like the Moors. Well, they came from the same place. So that's why we're seeing, you can Google this, all the top universities are pushing, they want to do interracial dating. And it's because they're going extinct right now. They only have 2 generations left. And because the sun is putting out high amplitudes of UVC, and what's called VUVC, that's called vacuum ultraviolet, it has
So,
cut
brother,
off
I'm
their
not trying to cut
fertility.
you out, brother,
It cut off
but
their fertility, so you won't
no,
see too many
you gotta
white
wait a
women.
minute.
You won't see too many white women even pregnant, or the white man having a sperm produced, because you must have high levels of DHA and melanin to procreate. Well, the reason why we're seeing chemtrails and geoengineering, and you see planes are putting those clouds in the sky that's nanoparticulates of aluminum oxide and stuff like that, they're trying to reflect the UVC and UVB and the 450 parts per million of carbon dioxide and the methylation. They're trying to reflect it back towards the sun, because when the sun is out and you don't have anything blocking those rays, it actually is cutting off the fertility of the white woman, of anybody who's not supposed to be here, including the Moors. The Moors do not have the same genetics as the original tribes from here. We are prokaryotes. Those are domesticated eukaryotes. They have the same genetics as the white man, as the China man, as the Indian man, as the Middle Eastern man. They are all
Okay.
falling behind the same religion.
Okay. So, I'll let anybody respond to that.
I
And
can find
Alan,
that
if
right
you
quick,
can put
man.
your email in the back, Alan, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. I would definitely give you all my resources.
Anybody could respond. Okay, Darvish, you could respond, and then Big can respond after that.
Can't listen, man. Maybe, this is maybe, you was taught a lie by a fucking liar. Just try to consider that one time. And
Why
do
you
your own
saying fuck?
research.
Why you saying fuck, though, man?
Alan,
No,
do
no, no,
not
no, no, no.
cut
I'm
him
not cutting
off.
you, okay? Pay attention to what I'm saying. I pay attention to how the sentence went. The curse is addressed to the liar. Who told you that? I never said fuck you, King. I said maybe you was taught a lie by a fucking liar. If you cross reference it, then it may be true. It may have validity. But if you cannot find no sources, King, maybe that shit wasn't true. Maybe it's conspiracy theory. Just maybe. But now you can go out there and check the records. King, you talk about the same people. And for the colonizing part, King, we understand all the wars that happen here. I'm not talking about the outside people. I told amongst these tribes. They were tribes that moved in other tribal lands and pushed them out. Made them convert. Made them slaves. Would you not call that colonizing? Nobody, no other race killed more Indians than Indians. You gotta take the whole history in perspective, King. We went to war with ourselves all over the fucking world. Only thing made it was our slaves. Our apprentices knew exactly how to run business. We showed them how to run the business. They were our assistants. They had this information, King, because they was also scribes. When we went to war with each other, killed each other off, all they did was take over our name. And they did that with everybody, King, all over the planet. And I'm gonna leave that like that.
Okay, so
Okay.
wait a minute. Big, you can respond now, and then Alan, I'll come back to you. And Alan, you got to keep your mic muted, even if you disagree.
Okay.
You will get your chance to respond. This
Okay.
is how you do dialogue. Go ahead, Big. You could speak.
All right, peace, sister Betty. It's Lucky. So
Hey,
basically, the brother said a lot of things that I wanted to verify because he spoke about black coats of arms and he spoke about the Dutch uh being black. So I just would encourage the brother if he could put a source for that, you know what I'm saying? Because that's a part of the Carimio 432 Lex Wheel drop. And you know what I'm saying? I don't disrespect, you know what I'm saying, where anybody get their information from, but I could just tell by how certain things is coming out, the tree that it's coming from. So once you said Carimio, it just confirmed what I was already thinking about. So you definitely gotta follow behind on some of the stuff that you're watching, brother. You know what I'm saying? As respectful as possible, as I can say it.
okay, Alan,
Okay.
can you give and
I can answer
share us?
everything he's saying.
No.
Everything. Oh,
They would like you to provide a source because all this is coming out of your mouth orally, and they would like to see information that is very helpful.
okay. I wouldn't bring my phone, but you said I can't really get on it. I can yeah, because I can give you a ton of resources and books. And forget about Caremio. If anybody could just check any resources out, you can check where anybody get their resources from. I can most definitely start what I said with the UV. I can start with the Black European coat of arms. I can start with anything you would like me to.
Okay, start with the question he asked you. Big, can you just be a little bit more clear what you want to hear about whether the Dutch were black? Ask that question again.
Yeah, so I want to know about the black coat of arms and the black Dutch that you were speaking on from I think you said New Amsterdam, and you called them the merchants, but merchant is just a businessman. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, you said where did I get the black coat of arms? Either you saying the visuals or the data?
I'm saying the sources, brother. Just you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
Could
so
you provide me with?
if you want a black European coat of arms source by name, and you want to see their shield, you want to see what years from the 1400s, 1700s, you can go to usarchive.org, and there's a plethora of authors on usarchive.org. It's absolutely free, and you will see an entire genealogy with all the cross, the shields, and you won't see any white Caucasians. And I'm surprised U.S. Archives even left this up because you start to see the white Caucasians European coat of arms shields around the 1780s to the 1800s. So when we say the word Rothschilds or Rockefellers, well, these families only presided that power around the 1800s, given to them by the Black Royal European coat of arms family. The Black families predate all of the Caucasian European coat of arms families hands down, which means they handed authorities to all of the governments you see today. So U.S.
Okay,
Archives.
can you pull that source up for us? Is what I'm asking.
Right. Yeah, because basically, brother, I know about the archives. I know how many coats of arms show what they call Moors, which are Africans. I know how many coats of arms show those, and those are specific in locations that are close to North Africa because we know about the wars. So, like I said, uh, what fanciful story you're telling is great, but I just want some sources because there's not a bunch of these coats of arms. They
No,
don't
it's actually a
predate
bunch.
what you're
Yeah.
calling.
And why do they got them?
It's a bunch. It's a bunch of coat of arms
I know, but
Okay,
shown.
you ever
so
asked them
Alan,
why they
Alan,
there?
Alan, Alan, we're asking you to show them. Please pull them up, brother. That's all we're
Oh, so
asking.
you telling me to go on my phone? I'm on my phone right now. You want me to go on the phone and okay, give me 1 second, man. I didn't know.
If you could
Hold
pull
on,
it
hold on.
up and do a share screen, we could look at what you're talking about. Go ahead, Darvis. I'm sorry for cutting you off on.
Another thing we got to ask ourselves is why do we see these coats of arms and these war torn places? These coats of arms represented the families that were not, most likely were not indigenous to them. They came there for a reason, most likely trade or war. They start gaining power or losing power. But these coats of arms represented these families, and most of them don't have blood from that same place. They may have made kids there, but I'm told their blood came there. They wasn't exactly from there, and they all Moors.
Yeah,
When
those
we start
coats of
talking
arms
about the
were black.
Moors and shit like
My,
that,
my
them
fault,
boys
brother.
start that term became powerful in the 700s, way before the. See, when we deal with this history, sometimes we got to start from the beginning and work our way up. Because if not, if we start history from where we at backwards, we run into the symptoms. Then we run into treaties. Then we run into the end of wars and work our way to the beginning of the war. But if you start from the beginning, you can find out why the war happened, who involved, who's involved in it, and why. And you can do it either way you want. But I'm just saying, you still got to keep on going back deep in history. Our history way further than the 1600s. We was here way before the 1400s. We was here way before the 700s. When we get down there, then we start making a proper analysis of what may have happened in the 1800s and 1700s. You get what I mean? If not, we're just guessing. I'll leave it like that.
From my research of Moor is an African. For with the ones that we are infatuated with over here on this Black European level, they are Africans who transversed their way into those regions, conquered the lands, and were I guess kicked out of whatever y'all want to call it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying,
They
too, King.
spec-
And you can
like
tell by the
like
way they pronounce their name. How
right
their name spelled. You can
place
tell by
in
where they're from.
a place one of the flags. I'm gonna give it one since the brother takes so long. Right, there's a country called Sardinia. It's off the coast of Italy, close in the Mediterranean, close to Africa. They are one of the places that has a coat of arms with a black face on it with the little headband.
Yeah,
That's directly in conflict to the wars that in the region. But you got to see how close they is to Northeast Africa. It all makes
and I
sense when you
understand that.
do your own homework.
And I understand that. And I understand why people get that. But we got to remember now, once we get to that landmass Africa, we got to still keep on tracing the bloodlines. Because most of the people you see over there came from here also.
Nah, brother. Now we just mixing too much. You know what I'm saying? We gotta
And we
let
got
people
to
be
go
who they
deep into
is. You
history.
gotta be who
You
you
understand what
is.
I'm
You
saying?
know what
But
I'm saying?
we dealing with history, right? We got to start from after this so-called catastrophe that happened. We at least start 12,000 years ago, right after this catastrophe, and we can start looking at the people, look at cross-referencing these different stories that these cultures got all over the land. They got that one thing in common. That's that catastrophe that happened, that flood or whatever you want to call it. They got that
So
one thing in common. So we can start from about there.
Dub, everybody didn't go through that though. Every place in the world wasn't affected by that.
Yeah. Yes.
No,
Yes.
it
At
was
one time.
only
Yeah.
the northern hemisphere.
Okay, they got them written in all in commit.
In the
And
southern
Kemet,
hemisphere, it was different. It might have been a lot of rain.
listen, they got the Incas got the same story in the south.
Nah.
The Mayans got the same story. The Greeks got the same story. These so-called Vikings got the same story. So then the people down that lower part of Africa, in the middle, down there, they got the same story. These people they call Nubians, they have a story. The Sumerians got the story. The Phoenicians got the story. Everybody got the same story. So if you cross-reference all that, one thing we can say is something happened during that time because the dates line up.
Davis, everybody don't have the same story,
Cool. So we
but
gotta
we
find out who
do
don't got
know
it.
something
Let's find out who
happened.
don't got it.
Like I said, Davis, something happened, but it didn't happen in every place, bro. There are
I know,
certain
but
places in the world
everybody
that
talk
shit didn't
about it.
affect.
Yeah, but everybody talk about it.
It's not everybody. Everybody's, I think, is a too broad. A lot of people, a
And
lot
I
of
understand
different
what you're
cultures
saying.
talk about it.
So we got to find out. So we got to go back to these different lands, right? We look at the four corners. If it wasn't worldwide, then it might not affect somebody in one of these four corners. So the Etruscans talk about it, but a lot of them boys talked about the flood before the last one because they were a little older. But the Greeks were there; they spoke about it. In fact, they claimed they came there. These Carthaginians, we talk about Italy, they claim they came there. These,
Yeah, from Tunisia, bro.
cool. I know that, but King, listen. They didn't just come. They went to Tunisia also. They weren't indigenous to Tunisia.
Nah, bro. They've been in Tunisia for a long time. They was fighting with the Alans and the Suaves, or however you pronounce it, them northern European steppe tribes that was coming in. They was fighting with them and the Iberians, bro. They've been there.
Yeah, but they were the same people, and none of them was indigenous. King, all that shit was underwater.
How they got indigenous? That's where they from. That's where they from.
They ain't from there, King. If you look at they beginning story, they will tell you they ain't from there. If that now, maybe I'm lying. So let's go to one of these cultures that did not have this story. Name a culture that did not talk about this.
I would say, well, this is how I look at it. They are a mixed multitude now because of the years.
And I would say that. Yeah, now, yeah, of course, now, yes, I would say that.
But they have the blood of the original people.
But the original people got drowned, King.
Nah,
they were all gone. It was the new people that came that survived that area, that catastrophe.
Right. So can we agree though that them coats of arms represent Africans, whether they be North Africans, East Africans? We can.
And
agree.
I would say a lot of people do, but what I would say they don't represent Africans. Now a lot of these families that they represent have ties to Africa, and I would say that, but not all of them.
So what would take them away from Africa, brother? What you know what I'm saying?
Because you remember now, like the Jews and stuff, the Jews, they were all from America. And he's one of the early families in that island they call England.
Nah, brother, the Druids are not American.
Huh?
They've been finding bodies and stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know how they find the Negroid skulls over here, over in Europe and stuff. They don't be finding that. They be finding
they do.
No, they be finding other shit.
Yeah, they found all kind of creatures over there too. But they also found people. There were people there for a long time. Ancient cultures talk about the land too.
But they'll be looking like they wouldn't match with a old American skull. They not the same type. You feel what I'm saying?
According to who though? Like, listen, like, say my brother shorter than
look
me,
at him,
and he's slimmer than me. Yeah, we look alike because we got skin in our face. But once they find our bone 300 years from now, my head bigger than his. There's nothing on the skull that really gonna be able to identify who's who. These people that did this were strangers. They wasn't around during this time. A lot of these experiments that were done for the cranial science, all that shit, I ain't say all of it, don't get me wrong, because there's some truth in everything. But it's based on a lot of guesses when we come down to saying these people were this, or they look like that. Remember now, we got 99.5% of the same DNA, everybody?
Nah, though, but that's where it's misleading. Everybody don't have this. Look,
I know they don't have the same DNA. I understand that, but what I'm saying is like 99.9% of it is.
Nah, that's based on how it works. You know how our bodies work. 99% because we same
Yeah,
organisms.
and
You
we
know
all
what I'm
got the
saying?
same.
We
Yeah,
all
I'm
got
saying so we got the
cells. We all
same
got
thing.
nucleotides, shit like
Exactly.
that. Right.
Exactly.
That's the
So now,
percentage.
so we
But
talk
when
about
it get down
craniology.
to
So we
but
that's
when
what
we get
I'm
down to
talking about.
ethnicity, though, bro, them percentages that you talking about is very important, bro. It's a lot of
Yeah, I got you,
information.
but
You
you
know
ain't
how
gonna
much
talk in it.
you know how much information DNA is, bro? Like each like
It's all a philosophy though. It's
no,
all
brother.
based on
I'm
it's all
talking about
theoretic.
information. You
Yeah, I know, but
you do recognize, all right, bro. You do recognize that information gets passed down from generation, right?
and
You're
I
born
agree.
with, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's DNA. DNA is information, bro.
Yeah, I
So
understand how it works.
you do realize that that's a lot of information synthesized into your
Yeah.
DNA.
Yes, I
So you
understand that.
can't just say that small percentage. It ain't a
I
small
cool.
percentage, bro.
And I got you. I got you, bro. Let me ask you a question though, right?
Hello.
Say we put a skull in the ground. How long will it be before that turns to nothingness?
Hello.
Depends on where you at, bro.
Yes, we
All
hear
right, so
you.
so
Okay.
follow me. So now, if based on a lot of experiments they were doing, the average bone
I sent the
gonna
page. I
start
sent the
go
links.
fossilize. I mean, and that fossil is not really the bone. That's a fossil.
I sent the links in the
These
comments.
fossils don't have
I
DNA
see
in
it.
it. It is
Hang
not
on.
people. The fossil's made of whatever the fuck you've been buried in. That becomes imprinted by your body. By the time your body turns to nothingness, this fossil was left. You ain't getting no DNA out there. If so, let me see it. Until then, that seems like a lie to me. These so-called craniums they found a million years ago, we know that bones don't last that long. After 150 years, they claim that shit turned to nothing.
It depends where you at, dog. If you
I
in a
cool, I got
swamp
you.
in a boggy environment, bro, that's
Yeah, I
not
got you.
true.
I understand what you're saying. But in a swamp like that, though, gang, these animals will tear that up.
Nah,
Yeah.
bro. It's environmental
Gang, you
fact.
got
It's a
wild
lot of stuff that
hogs,
goes
you got
into
Okay.
there.
alligators, you got snakes, you got beetles, you got bugs, and all that. They're gonna live inside these skulls. So
Okay.
how long does a
No,
skull last?
So
pull up,
so
man.
so brothers,
Yep. Hey,
we
man.
have this here. Okay. Do
Yeah,
you want to
pull.
explain this?
Yes, ma'am. If you
I'm
pull
not
up,
listening to any videos.
yeah, no, this is a picture. When you pull up a bit, you should see King Charles, the Incan ruler. We're gonna start with him. And
Where,
pull up a little bit.
which one?
It should say,
Yeah, but we know King Charles wasn't an Incan ruler. He became the Incans
no,
had
we're
to
gonna
adopt Christianity.
no, we finna show how the Moors
Hold up.
invaded this entire
All right.
side,
All
what
right.
you
He
call the
bringing the
Inca Moors.
432. Can do you even know where 432 got it from? This how I know you ain't been doing your own
This ain't
research, bro.
432. This ain't 432.
All right, bro.
I'm trying to show a picture, and she should be able to see a whole list of the Inca
Let
rulers.
me know where
Charles,
it's at. Which one, brother?
But
I bet I can
brother,
find his
you
source before
understand
he
that
can
those
find
are
his source.
Google
right there,
images?
hey, right there. Click that
Which
right there,
one?
the third one, not the white man in the middle, that one right there.
Yeah.
If you click that right there, we finna show you at the far end. You
Yeah,
see
King
black.
Charles. Quick,
We
those quick.
finna,
Yeah, we got that, King. We got you.
Look,
We all done,
go ahead, click on
everybody
that
done dealt
Moorish
with the same
website.
people
No,
before.
look,
no,
it's
we
a
finna.
more.
I'm finna
That's a
lead to
Moorish
the other.
website. Click on it. Click on
I
it, sister
sent.
Becky.
I
But the
sent
key is
her.
this though.
No,
Pay
we
attention to
finna.
what everybody else holding. And look what
Okay,
Charles got.
okay, but we showing we finna start with this. I sent her another link to show 222 pages of Black Royal European coat of arms. This was just a teaser for the Inca. That dude you see at the end is the reason that all the Moors even invaded this place. Charles V is the one who sent all the Caucasians to Australia, to Canada, and also to America in 1730. There was no white people
What
over here
what
before
what was
that
King
time.
Charles' birth name?
Wait. King Charles V,
I mean,
aka
what was his name
Calito.
though?
Look on that thing there. It even says he changed his name many times. That says
Yeah.
Calito.
You know
So
why?
no, it ain't about why. It's about give me
Yes,
just two
it is.
minutes. Just give me two
Go ahead, my
minutes,
bad.
bro.
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, do your thing. My bad. I apologize. Go ahead, do your
Yeah,
thing.
I just want 2 minutes, bro. I'm just trying to show her the invasion of what the Moors did at a certain timeline, why they are so deep over here. So we see at the end that that's not original tribal Incan. We all see that's Charles V. The reason you see his picture number one first on there, he was not the first Incan chief or the royal. When he invaded, he put himself first because he was the first to come over and invade and just destroy everything over here. When Charles V did this, you now see in 1725, I'm going to find the resource, I'm going to send it to her, and you'll be able to see that after the Manila slave trade, All the niggas who he enslaved from Ireland, from the Philippines, he kidnapped them, dropped them off for 190 years. And that's why we see all the brothers and sisters in Jamaica, in Haiti, and also certain parts of Florida. That was called
All
the
right, brother.
Manila
Hold on,
slave
hold on,
trade.
bro.
Wait. In 1730, that's when we
Brother, none of
start to
that
see
happened,
white
brother.
people in Canada. Because she said, where did the white people come from in Canada? Well, King Charles V gave them that land. They came as servitude service. They came as also slaves. And he also gave the white people positions in just being landowners. So we don't really see white British with guns and killing niggas. That couldn't have happened. The Moors did all of that, and they're hiding behind them. That is showing that Charles V took the position when he invaded the Incan tribes. And when we say Inca,
Okay,
Inca
but
is just
let
a
me get a
term
word in
for
real
many
quick.
tribes.
My,
All right,
my.
Why is his
all
face
right, bro.
on there? Can anybody explain why would Charles V want to be an Incan ruler? We have explain that to me.
Can I get a word in, brother? You've been going in for a minute.
Yes, sir. I'm
Let my
sorry.
man
Go
get it.
ahead. I'm
Let my man get
sorry.
word. I answer that when you finish. Let my man get word in though.
Yeah, brother. So I was trying to see if Sister Betty would click on that website. That's a Moorish website, right? So that's a Moorish website. That's a fake picture.
Bro, that's
First and
not a
foremost.
fake picture. You a more and you want
First,
that to be
I'm
fake.
trying,
Just
brother. I let
explain
you
it.
rock for an hour down there. So listen, brother. All she had to do is click on it. That's a Moorish website. It's
That's
gonna be
not a
so
Moorish
much.
website, man.
Alan, let him talk.
Yes.
We let you gotta stay quiet. Oh my God. Who's coughing? Somebody's sick.
It sound like
Oh,
dog was on some good gas.
okay. Go ahead, sweetheart. Big
So
respond.
if you look at it, that's a Moorish website. You know. Then he started talking about some other things that we need to verify. We can't just let it go too long. You know what I'm saying? So what it comes down to is this book that he sent in the back. It's not a bunch of stuff.
Okay. Are you done responding, honey?
Bunch of stuff at all. It's one thing. The rest of these coast owners is white people. I'm really looking. Can't just make your own description up. You can't look at one movie and say you're looking at another movie, brother. Like what it says is what it says. So the whole time you making up this story again about the Moors, talking all of this stuff, talking about King Charles and bringing the Gritos over. The people that came over in the Manila trade, they can be found. The Filipinos, they can be found. They're not black. They're not Negritos. They didn't bring over any of the Negritos, brother. So again, we gotta stop just saying anything because it sounds great. You was listening to some
Okay,
people that you didn't
okay,
back up
okay.
the research on. I'm telling you that because I've heard these things before in the same tempo. You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying. And that's not a
Okay.
Moorish
Okay.
website. She can go
Y'all ready
Okay.
to
check.
put some juice?
Okay.
That's not
Wait.
a
Y'all
Wait.
ready to
Moorish
put some juice,
website.
man?
She can go check
Okay.
50
Y'all up
other
here
websites and get the
playing with
same
Oh,
Sister
answer.
Betty.
okay. Let no. How you doing, Noble Big Bear? We're gonna let him respond, and then Alan. After him, you or Darvis could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Noble
First,
Bear.
first, first off, Sister Betty, hey, Sister Betty, this is my first time speaking to you. You know, I follow you like the lion in the street. But
Oh,
now here you go, big sis. Hey, I tell people first like this, man. Law, law governs all affairs. I don't care what was going on, wherever what was going on, it law was going on. Okay, so check this out. Over here in America, check this out, y'all. This right here from the lay everybody down. Check this out. This right here. This is the maximums of law. This is the principles of law. Lawyers, all lawyers in America, got to adhere to the principles of law and the canon, just like all judges have to adhere to the maximums of law and the canons of law. Now we can get all into the history, but let's get into the history of this law. Check this out. It say, uh, I'm gonna speak Latin first, and then I'm gonna say it in English so y'all can get it understanding. It says, Harris minor uno eti vigentinetis annis non respondit nisi in casu datis. In parentheses, everybody know when you're dealing with any calculation or mathematics or science, you start with what's in parentheses first, right? Right? Right. Okay. So it says more, Moor, 348. An heir minor under 21 years of age is not answerable except in case of dower. It says more, 348, an heir. Before we even get to a minor, the minor, it say an heir. So we dealing with heirs. That's why they changing their name. They trying to protect their airship because they know people coming for the throne. Yeah, we sat on the throne in America and we sat on the throne in Europe. The Americans left here and went over to Europe and set up all that. Now you can go ask Top Cats that. Ain't nobody ain't no more gonna tell you this. Ain't nobody gonna tell you this because they're not supposed to really even speak on this. They're not supposed to speak on this. This is something that you're supposed to speak on amongst your family, your people. But I'm doing this so y'all can stop running Sister Betty crazy, man. More just means the heir. And whoever is an heir, anybody who's an heir to some land, you are more according to law, not according to this watered down history. And where everybody coming and making up their own little hypotheses and theories, and we're gonna stick to the principle because the principles of law don't change. You hear me? Am I right? I'm right. I win. Anybody say they're the chief, I'm the chief. Hey, I'm a chief, Sister Bet. I respect your chiefhood, but I'm the big chief. I'm the big chief because I just told everybody what a Moor is. It's an error. It's in law. It's in law. It's in law. Don't argue with me. Go argue with your lawyer. Go argue with your lawyer. Don't argue with me. Argue with your lawyer. Don't argue with me. Go argue with your attorney because you probably ain't even got a lawyer because most lawyers ain't practicing. Ain't been no lawyers in America since when, y'all?
I'm an appropriate
17. What? Yeah.
I'm an appropriate persona, King.
Hey, I already know. I see you, Darvin. Darvin, I'm coming to South Carolina. I'm coming to South Carolina, Darvin. I'm coming to South Carolina, Darvin.
Hey,
I'm coming back. I already been. I'm coming back. They don't even know. They don't even know. Don't nobody even know. Hey, we kings and we queens over here, but we really and sachems and sagamores in real life. In real life, all this is ours, already ours. We the heirs. We the Moors. Everything is already in proper position. All you got to do is get what? Establish your tribe. Like Sister Betty, I love Sister Betty for that. Because when I did it back in 2011, nigga was looking at me crazy. Mark was looking at me crazy. I'm from Memphis. I've been around everybody. I didn't travel all through here. I know everybody. Arneal Bay pulled up in Carbondale, Illinois, pulled up in Houston, pulled up in Milwaukee, pulled up in Cali, pulled up in New York, and I went out there where the real Indian, where the Native Americans at 55 and stood up in the middle of it and said, I'm the chief, big boy chief. They're in real life. And I'm about that in real life. My family, I got one of the biggest families in America. Now, everybody can hush about a Moor, about an Indian, and just go do you, man, and read a little bit more. And I'm not giving you the source of this book because everybody would deny me. But, Sister Beth, I send it to you, Sister Beth. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm finished. I digress. I win, like I always. I win.
The Moors always win. Because the Moors are here to invade. The Moors are here to invade. You can tell how yelled, you can tell how loud the panel was. And this sister who owns this channel, she had no idea by speaking against the Moors that it would get this loud. So she see the invasion happening in real time on this channel. That's all that's happening.
Man, your boy crazy, man.
That's why he laughing. That's why he laughing.
I just proved it, bro. You can't argue with the law because you don't even argue with the judge. You're not going to argue with the judge. You're not going to go back and forth with the lawyer. I already just proved it. I just shut everybody up. I've been posting it all on my pages, everywhere, all on things. Ain't nobody, Dan Calloway, nobody addressed that. Nobody. We could have been stopped all this back and forth. Man, niggas was talking disrespectful, talking about what they gonna do to somebody, stalking my family, putting people up on me. Man, I'm a big boy chief out here in this life. Now, in real life, from Louisiana all the way to Minneapolis. Well, I'm not playing with nobody out here. I really do this in real life. In real life, got one of the biggest families in America. Now, what's up?
If you have the biggest family in America, you must be a Moor because all the tribes' families were dismantled. The Moors have the largest family.
Ain't nobody been dismantled but some niggas who don't want to mess with their kinfolk. Man, we everywhere. Kinfolk, we be everywhere.
Dane Calloway is a sellout also. You cannot.
Man, I don't know nothing about no nigga sellout. Now, I just know a nigga. Nigga didn't goddamn go and check. When nigga talking about sources, I went to the principal, the supreme source. That everybody over here, they're going to bow down to it. They're going to bow down to that law. They're going to get right to that law. Everybody over here going to get right to the law. Indian, a native, a Moor, a woo. I just told you what a Moor is. A Moor is the heir.
So when you go to Dane Calloway, he is a Moor also because when you go to Dane's channel,
he an heir. He an Indian. He an Aboriginal. He's some heir to somebody's land, somebody's property, something. He's an heir. You a Moor.
No, you're not.
What?
Let me talk just for 2 minutes real quick. Dane Calloway channel does not have any videos about Moors were the black slave owners. He doesn't have any videos about Black Royal European coat of arms. He does not. If you look at Dane, I have a picture and I can send it to sister when I find it. Hold up, real quick. This last one. Dane
Hang up.
Calloway. I'm this last
Well,
one.
well,
No,
Yeah,
real
but Dan
quick,
ain't here.
real quick. Dane
no,
Calloway. I
real.
have a picture.
Okay,
I have a
I don't
picture that
know.
I'm gonna send sister. I have a picture that I'm gonna send sister. Dane.
Okay, I had to keep you quiet for 1 second on my show. You said Dane Calloway.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
Breathe. You. Okay, I just want you to relax. It's not that serious.
Yeah, it ain't that serious, but people did foul shit though in the midst of all that. But it's not that serious though, because I just told the truth. All you gotta do is tell the truth. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's all you gotta do is tell the truth. Guess what? I just found out. A lot of people got bought.
Okay, everybody, please breathe. Let's be like mature adults over the age of 40. Okay, Dane did a lot of coverage on his channel about the Moors. He did. All right. Now, relax when you respond. I don't want our people to look embarrassing to anybody. So let's just talk like pretend we're not NBC News giving information to our audience. Let's just pretend. Can we do that? I'm not saying act white. I'm just saying deliver the information with a decent tone. That's all I'm really asking. Y'all got it.
Yes, ma'am. If you say that Dane has any information about the Moors, please pull it up so I can see it because I want
No,
to.
I'm not going to pull up information from his channel. But if you go and look through his videos, he do give some history on the Moors, and Top Cats also gives a lot of history on the Moors.
I checked out every.
I think he did an excellent job. But y'all got it. And Darvish, you've been quiet. Do you have anything you want to add, Darvish? Okay, he must be busy. But anybody else could go. Just let's relax.
Hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, my bad. Like I said, man, all we gotta do is go a little deeper into history, man. Non-biased, like King brought up. We brought up a legal source, and law, it were the heirs. All of us are Moors. I understand it's a hurtful subject. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. I see that now. I ain't trying to be nobody enemy. I'm not trying to convert nobody. Everybody got their right to their own nationality or whatever you want to be, King, Queens. I ain't here to convert nobody. But we dealing with information and history. You're gonna run it once you get past the 1400s. If you're not dealing with law, you're gonna run into that name. If your people was around here, your bloodline go back before the 1400s, you can run into that name, that term, excuse me. And it has many different entries in the dictionary, also in law. You are these people y'all criticizing so much.
Okay, so I can honestly say again that my grandmother, who was born in 1931, and her mother, born in 1908, talked of us being Indian and not more. They never used that word.
Yeah, because that term was going already. You said 19.
Throughout YouTube for these past.
Yeah, but that's YouTube, mama.
For these past 5 years, I've seen folks show information where their organizations or whoever they were affiliated with show Moors being interchangeable with Indian and Black. And then I saw YouTube segments that showed some great sources where Moors came here. So this is why it's hard for me to ingest that they're from here. And plus the information I just read today, it's very tough. So I'm gonna just keep studying. I don't have Moor in my family. No one identifying as being a Moor.
Cool. But how far did you go?
You mean as far as my genealogy?
Yeah. Did you go before this?
I got to the 1700s.
All right, cool. So we do agree though that your people was here, that bloodline was here before the 1700s. We agree with that, correct?
Yeah. Moses, if you could hit the link, that'll be great. So you can ask them these questions. C. Moses is asking. I appreciate if you hit the link. He said, "Were the first Moors from Morocco?" And then he asks, "Do people from Morocco call themselves Moor today?" See, Moses, if you could hit the link, that would be really great to help us out.
All right, cool. I would say this, see. Yes, there's a place called Morocco, a contemporary place. But what also I would say to add on to that, there were many places called Morocco. This place here that we call America one time was called Al Morocco by certain people. I would say that too. But that place over there in Morocco, you gotta look at its founding date. And you look at the date of the reign of the Moors. There was Moors that was reigning before that place was called Morocco, King.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, you can respond if your mic
Can I
is.
respond?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. I just sent you a link of a video. In that video, whenever you
I
get
don't
the time.
show videos. I don't show
Oh no,
videos.
that's okay. You can look at it on your own time, and maybe on your next show or something, you'll better talk about it. That's a video that was shot. It shows the Cabbage Patch orphan clones, and so we're having two different genetic cloning situations. Is you can look this up without the video. It's called the Cabbage Patch.
You never sent me your email in the back.
I sent. I just. Oh, I have. Okay, hold on. I sent the video link. Let me
But
see.
you know, no, I got the video link. I
Okay,
asked you for your email.
I got you. Here you go, right here, man. At Gmail. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
Okay, that link I sent you, it shows from 1890 to 1930, and you can actually see a whole hour and a half, and it shows a video of them cloning, doing genetic splicing. And you say, how did all these white people invade high population amounts from Canada to America, even though it's in China, all those over there? Also, that video is going to show you that they were selling babies for $5, $15, and they were called the orphan babies. So we have a lot of Caucasians here. When they ask their great grandmother where did their family come from, the great grandmother always says they don't remember their parents. Well, that's because they're orphan babies. So that video will show you cloning of not melanated babies, all Caucasian babies in New York, New Jersey, and they were selling them there, and they started spreading and buying them everywhere else. So this is the second time that we have cloning going on with this just specific species. During the 1550 to 1675, we have the Black European coat of arms again in the district of Spain and Germany. They are called the Renaissance era. That's when we start seeing the first cloning of the domestic eukaryotic species with the silky straight hair, whether you call them a Chinaman, the Middle Eastern, those that were non-kinky hair and non-melanated. It started during the Renaissance era. And the Renaissance era means the birth of a mutated species with applied sciences included. And that's why it seems that some of those in China or India, they go back to studying applied science, biology, and physics and mathematics. They already had this in the late 1700s and the 1800s. They didn't teach themselves. They were given these instructions from the Moors, predecessor government of the Black Royal European coat of arms families. So the video I sent you shows from 1890, and it's a very, very detailed video. It's a bunch of orphan babies, and it shows how even back then, when the kids turned 5 years old and the kids turned 7 or 8, they didn't have a family to go to yet. They actually overworked the kids in a bunch of factories and stuff, which is illegal to do today. But back then, they worked the kids at 10 years old, 8, 7, 5, because they came with no family out the cloning facility, and they called them Cabbage Patch cloning. And so, again, the white government that we see over here with the Caucasian face, the ones we see in Korean who has a chinky eye, Vietnam, you name the place, they just recently hit the spot of reality on the surface in the 1700s and the 1800s. Because when we look at the Latinos over here, whether in Mexico, Central America, or we're going to South America, there's a ton of data out showing which melanated tribes, melanin tribes, were inhabiting all this place. As you seen the picture that I sent you with King Charles V as the Incan ruler, the brother earlier said that was a Moorish website.
Okay, hold on, because you hold on and relax. That's very interesting what you say about what you're teaching. And it's just mind boggling because the people you're describing are actually the people that are in power. So
Yes, ma'am.
you're saying that these little orphans that were made cloned came here and now they're presidents. They got all the prospering businesses here and the railroad and all these buildings that they're putting up now, that they're all descendants of Cabbage Patch Babies.
Not all of them, only some of them. That video is very detailed, and it would show that they were selling babies for $9. In fact, the first movie wasn't about an action-packed movie by Hollywood. The first movie that was about was a black and white picture. It was called The Cabbage Patch Babies. These were orphan babies, not because their parents neglected him, not because the babies came out of a woman's womb. No, they came out of a specimen and they were cloned as a domesticated species. It's in the video, and it shows how all of these kids never had a mother or a father. And so we
Okay, so
have
this is a movie and a video.
no. This is a documentary. So this ain't a movie. This is a documentary. And when you look at that channel should be called Minds Unveiled. It's a white boy who has that channel. He did 4 videos on this subject alone. And he ain't the only one. Because a bunch of these white people, younger kids from 25 to 30 years old that are content creators on YouTube, they found out that the Cabbage Patch orphan movement, they may have came from that background. So a bunch of these white boys and girls have made some videos about this. I just sent you one video about it. But my main ordeal was to display to you when I first got on your live stream an hour and some ago, I was talking about genetics. And so that's why I was saying the Black European coat of arms been on the spot to run everything for a long time ago, from the 1400s to 1300s, well before a white guy, white girl, anybody with straight hair. When I say straight hair, I don't
Okay,
mean
I remember back in 1982 and 84, I had a Cabbage Patch Baby. It was a little brown one that looked like me, and I loved it.
yeah. They
It was
started to move with toys.
there was a little brown one that looked like me. So you got any answers for those?
Yeah, what they did is they
Because
came out with
we keep saying that white people was made in the lab.
yeah, they were because they have the
There's
same
some,
genetics as
but
cats.
guess what? Then you might as well say brown people was made in the lab too.
Yeah, they're
A
called
lot of
Moors.
motherfuckers was made in the lab too.
Yes, ma'am. And we could get into that. And
So
that's
you're
why
saying that the Moors were made in the lab too?
well, it was not that they were made in the lab. Maybe on a live stream, your next, you can invite me, and I can give you the exact DNA structure that's
Well, can you
totally
just
different.
talk a little bit about the Moors being made in the lab?
Yes, ma'am. So when we say the Black European coat of arms, I can send you data again that shows that they already had technology and scientific laboratories. The brother earlier, remember, he said something about the cross, the symbol. It's been out for a long time, and that's when I told him you're absolutely right. You can see a cross in the hands of the Black royal families, but that wasn't a piece of metal. That was called a scalar wave interferometry defense weapon, which means that they had technology and scientific data way back then. So technology, a computer, whether it's digital or analog, that's not new. And so when we say the cloning of Moors, the Moors have not been around nearly as long as the original melanated tribes who are called prokaryotic. Our genetics are prokaryotic. They have not been around as long. That's why you keep hearing the stories when the Moors came over to America, they found all this gold, they found all these people. Wait a minute. If y'all was here that long, why did y'all just hit the scene with Chris Columbus in the 1500s? That means y'all was not here that long. Y'all just invaded in the 1500s because y'all couldn't have been here that long. But the original tribes from Canada, America, Ireland, Africa, they've been here for many millennia. So the Moors will have to explain, why did y'all invade in the 1500s? Why didn't y'all invade 1500 years before the 1500s? Why didn't the Moors invade 3,000 years ago? That's because the Moors' genetics is the same genetics as cats, dogs, roaches, and also eukaryotic domesticated species. And that would be white people, that would be the Latinos. They have the exact same DNA. In fact, you can Google this. You can Google that cats have 95% of the same DNA as Caucasians, but they just put Caucasians. But the Moors came from the same place that the Caucasians came from. So we have mosquitoes, roaches, rats. We call these domesticated animals because cats is the
Okay. You. I get the picture, sweetheart. Um, you could take a little relaxation, Alan, and I'm gonna listen from C. Moses.
yes, ma'am.
You had a question or something, hon?
So I had just jumped in when I answered or I asked that question that you read to Darvis. So I appreciate that. I don't mean to kind of come in and just take this left, but I will say that from Homeboy Spitting and just a lot of where our conversation ends up going, I do. So I listen to Top Cats as well, and I know a lot of people here do. I think what he stands on about like really focusing on your story and speaking from your story is very important. Like, because I don't know where that was going. I don't know what y'all been talking about, if that's right on what this conversation is about, but I just don't, I don't know how that's going to help us. Darvis, are you still here?
Peace, gang.
Peace. So so talking about or in line with focusing on your story and standing on your story. So I got a first time that we're putting together a family reunion down in Sumter, South Carolina, and I just want to talk to you about a couple things about that offline. Is there a way to get in touch with you?
Yeah, Sister Betty got my email. Hit me an email. We can build like that. I know something that.
Okay. Yeah, so I just got a couple questions, but I mean, that's my 2 cents about like, there's so many different ways you could talk about history and everything that we're going through today, but the other side of it is there is something going on where people are waking up, we're getting back with our family, we're getting to the truth. If you've never been in a lab where you've seen one of these people made or animals made, I don't know how that's relevant, how that can help us. I think you got to get with your people, and I think we got to like try to figure out, okay, in 2024, how are we moving? How are we changing? Who's the tribe? So on and so forth. That's my 2 cents now, but I'm going to listen in and kind of chime in where I see fit.
Peace. All right, now as far as my man talk about them boys came out of the lab or whatnot, and I mean, King, I guess I don't know, man. I don't know where he getting the information from, but it is what it is. Now we gotta ask ourselves this, right? All right, cool, I got you. But listen, now another thing we gotta ask ourselves, right? If we talk about these ancient people, you sure you got their DNA? Or somebody told you that was their DNA? Because you talk about some people, if we talk about the ancient ones, I mean, you got to go back like thousands of years ago, King.
That's I have to say that's some pretty harsh information.
I know.
I personally, I mean, I have white Europeans in my family and in my bloodline. I do, and I do not believe that they were made in the lab. Originally, I just don't know why. I don't believe it. I mean, the only way I've ever learned for making baby is without having the natural way of making it is in vitro fertilization. And you need the sperm from the man and the egg from the woman. And that's as far as my education go, as far as creating a baby, but you're still using it from 2 human beings. I don't know anything about other people being mixed with animals and things of that nature. It's kind of foul to say that. I can't stand on something like that. Now, have I seen people that literally look like some different animals? Yes. But I seen them in all cultures. I see some people that look like monkeys. I see some people that look like the long-faced pit bulls and all races of people. So that's the furthest I could go with people looking like animals. Some people have animals so long the animals start looking like them. So I'm not educated on any genetic splicing and using animals or insects DNA or lab to make another human being. I haven't seen anything like that.
Hello?
If we were to
Yes.
all adopt that, where would that conversation take us? Like,
It'll
what?
take okay. I can explain everything. The reason why I brought up the cats, the dogs, and any other DNA because these are called domesticated animals. There's a difference from wild animals and domesticated animals. When we say wild animals, they have a totally different DNA and their lineage, how long they've been here, has been for a very long time. But when we say cats and dogs, I can and you can do it yourself, and you'll better research how far back does a bulldog go as far as when they were cloned a cat. These are called domesticated animals because they recently just came out of a domesticated cloning facility. And for some reason, they have the exact same DNA as all domesticated eukaryotic species. When we say non-melanated tribes, we're talking about Caucasians, we're talking about Chinese, anybody that has silky straight hair, their hair follicles, and
But
it's
don't
not
go
kinky.
back.
Well,
Go forward.
what about? No, don't guide my segment, please. I want to allow people to talk about things they researched on, and if it's bothering you too much, I don't know what to say, sweetheart. But this is a subject that's being spoke about, not only on YouTube, everywhere. So if all right, now you're talking about the straight hair people. So what about the kinky hair people? Do you
Okay,
think that they were made with animals?
yes, ma'am, because we have, so when we say kinky hair, we're talking about Mobius coil. So when you look outside, you see a straight power line, anything with a straight wire, and that causes what's called electromagnetic friction, and you don't really want to be around that. When you plug a fan in a wall, anything that has a wire that plugs into a wall, you'll see that the wire isn't curvaceous. It's actually a straight wire. And if you step inside electromagnetic physics, you'll see that any coil that's a straight wire, that's the worst coil because it cannot buck the magnetic induction. But any coil called a caduceus coil, a Mobius coil, or any coil that you make that has curvature to it, what it does is when electrons hit the curve, the magnetic field has to take time to catch up to the electrons. So that's why you want to have a curvaceous coil like the kinky hair that you was naturally given. Now, just because you have kinky hair don't mean you didn't come out of a cloning facility yourself. So when we say, and you ask me, well, what about anybody with kinky hair? Oh yeah, we can see those that may have a different resonance of what we call they don't really want to submit to the things that they may have committed. I can say after more certain questions about invasions or being black slave owners, to them it doesn't resonate for them to tackle this subject. So it seems as if the black European coat of arms families, not only did they make domesticated eukaryotic species, the Moors couldn't have been around that long themselves because they also have not only silky hair, some of the Moors, you can see that they have from 16, 1700s, they also have kinky hair also. It was the Moors in Africa that killed 10 million Africans in the Congo, and that happened in 1870 all the way up to 1895, and it was by King Leopold who got instructions from the Black European coat of arms, but the King Leopold Russia didn't do it. It was the
Have you
Moors. There's
ever
pictures.
let me ask you this. Have you ever heard of Brother Sanchez?
Brother Sanchez is also a Moor also, and there's pictures of
Wait,
showing
wait,
his.
wait, 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 wait.
Man,
Brother
what
Sanchez
more piss
is
you
not
off, man?
hold up. Alan. Brother Sanchez is an Indian from Alabama. Facts.
Well, I didn't say
Um
that, ma'am. I'm saying the
I,
Moors are also Indians also.
wait. What I'm asking you, honey,
I
if
agree with that.
I asked you if you ever heard of Brother Sanchez, and if you did, I would challenge you to present this electromagnetic
I
kinky
already,
hair and straight hair with him
I
and
already
see
did.
what
He
he
kicked me
says.
off. I already did. He didn't. I already did this a while ago. He didn't really want to hear this. See, when you say he was a Indian, ma'am, Moors became Indians also, is what you fail to realize. They were the black slave owners. So once they had access to the women, they also impregnated women. So
Okay,
when we say Moors,
Okay, who's the
let
blacks
me
though?
hold up. The women that look like me, my family were never slaves. They did not have any slave owners in their history. None.
I can give you a ton if I
They
can
had
name them.
wait. I'm talking about my family now. My family had their own farm and they owned it and they had their own homes on it. They were burned out of their homes, which is why we landed in Connecticut. So we didn't have a slave master. So, all right, what do you say about that?
Well, you have. Are you talking about the 19 and the mid 1800s? Or how far back are you saying your family from Connecticut?
My family was burnt out of South Carolina in 1928.
Ma'am, that's not
And we
nearly.
made it. Wait, but they've always been on that and that house in those houses on that land for a long time. They never had a slave owner.
Okay.
So I'm asking you,
Okay, ma'am.
everybody didn't have a slave owner. We didn't.
Okay. So in the when you say 1928 or 1890, ma'am, the Moors compound was in South Carolina and North Carolina. There's a ton of data on this. So when the Moors came,
We didn't have a slave owner, sir.
we didn't say you had a slave owner in 1900. The slaves, the Moors
We
been in
didn't have any slave owners before that either.
Well, I'm saying in the 16.
Wait. I'm telling you, you don't know me, but yet you're telling me
I didn't
that
say
I
a
had
slave
a
owner.
slave owner.
No, I'm not saying you had a slave owner. I'm not saying that.
We didn't have Moors in our family back then either. Nothing.
That's not what I'm saying, man. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything you're saying right now. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying right now. What I'm telling you is that the Moors were heavily in South Carolina and North
The
Carolina.
only area that the colonizers were given in South Carolina was Charlestown. That's it. Nothing else. Everything else was Cherokee land. And the Cherokees are not Moors. That's all they gave them in
Okay,
South Carolina was Charleston. That's it. Nothing else. Everything else was Cherokee land.
okay. Are you familiar with any Moorish slave owners? Do you have any names? Are you familiar with any of them?
Nope. Don't have
Okay.
no Moors. Nobody by the last name of Moore in my family.
No, not the Moors. I'm saying, are you familiar with any Moorish black slave owners that you're familiar with?
Nope.
So that's the okay. So there we go. So we have a ton of Moorish slave owners, such as we have William Ellison. William Ellison is one of the largest plantation owners. He owned over 1,500 acres in South Carolina, man. And you can
Okay,
look up William Ellison.
there's a man that looks like me in Virginia who owned the most slaves in the United States, period.
Alexander Hamilton. He's also a black slave owner.
And he was not a Moor.
Alexander Hamilton was a Moor. He's also was a
Not
president.
a Moor. He was not a Moor.
Alexander Hamilton had to be a Moor, man, because he was
There
president.
was not a Moor, yo.
He's a Huguenot. A
Yo,
Huguenot. Are you
okay,
familiar with the
I'm done.
Huguenots?
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
I'm just asking, are you familiar with Sephardic Jews and Huguenots?
I've heard of the Huguenots.
Okay, ma'am. The Huguenots was a name that all Moors changed their identity under as a federation. Alexander Hamilton was a Huguenot. There's plenty of data about this. So when we say any presidents that were melanated in America, all presidents were from a background of a Huguenot or Sephardic Jewish. Sephardic
Okay.
Jewish is another name.
I never heard Top Cat say that. He did a intense lesson on the Huguenots. Is Tupac a Moor?
I can't really speak of Tupac because what I would have to go on that request is that the majority of the, well, it's not really. Well, I just want to let you do this. Listen, what I'm about to say before you laugh. the majority of anybody who has high rank in media, ma'am, who made and influenced you because they were actors and musicians, you need to probably check out how did they hold the spotlight for so long. It might not be so funny because they might be the invaders. Why they were able to hold their position as a movie star or a
Is
television musician.
Gladys Knight and the Pips Moors?
Ma'am, I can't really speak on them because I don't know her person to do any type of genealogy check. So I'm
Right,
just giving you.
and yet you don't know me neither, and you just said because my family's from where they are, they're from South Carolina.
I
Is
didn't say no
Angela
more.
is Angela Davis that played in The Woman King or more?
Angela Davis is a well-known background of Sephardic Jewish. Her background is she's also the reason why
She's
the
from
panel.
South Carolina and she's not a Moor.
Okay, I can't really speak on anything I'm saying if you're gonna disagree because I was finna get inside Angela Davis' background.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead.
Angela Davis was always seen, especially on the news, speaking, talking. Angela Davis, if you look at her hair, it isn't pure kinky, kinky, kinky. Angela Davis has a little silky, silky, silky. And so anytime we see the silky, silky, silky hair, and it's not pure kinky, ma'am, we call that domesticated hair follicles. And we know that that's a new bred species in genetics. If you go to Africa and you see the main people over here, over there, you start seeing why does the world don't like melanated with kinky, kinky, kinky hair because the hair actually shows a genetic discrimination. And so we see Angela Davis, she has silky hair. And so yes, she was always on the news speaking. But we seen Afana Secure, we see Afina Shakur, Afina had to hide out somewhere. But when we see Angela Davis, she stayed on the scene. Nothing ever happened to Angela. She stayed famous. Angela State, and still right now to the day, she's still famous. So, ma'am, those
I'm
who hold
sorry, not Angela Davis.
okay.
Viola Davis.
Oh, you switched up. So
I'm
Viola
sorry.
Davis.
I'm sorry. Because I did say Woman King, but I meant to say Viola Davis.
I'm not familiar with who that is, but is that the lady that played in the movies?
She played
Woman.
in the movie The Woman King.
Oh, she played in Wakanda too, right?
I can't remember, but I know she played. She was the lead role in Woman King.
I heard and remember the movie Woman King. I never saw it, but I can say this: anybody who has a number one position and they're in the movie, ma'am, if you just find out where they come from, it's as if they come from a background that you won't really believe where they come from, such as Kevin Hart. He's been taking a lot of heat lately because Kevin Hart is a comedian who said he grew up very poor and his father was on crack. Well, we have data out now is on the internet now that he is a part of a Huguenot family, and they said that Kevin Hart family owned well over 800 acres of land way back in the 1700s, and he was already financially wealthy. So we have a bunch of these movie
That's
stars and
crazy
actors.
because that's not the sad story he gave. Being poor, coming out of Philly, and all this other stuff. He gave a totally different story about, when his mother passed and his mother's sister took him in and raised him, and then he made it to Hollywood and from Philly. So
There's even a
this
movie
was
out.
very interesting,
There,
and
there's even a movie out.
this is very interesting. I will call you back. I have your email,
Yes, ma'am.
but I really want to rest it here. You put a lot of information out there, a whole lot of information, and um, I'm gonna look back at this video and take some more notes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will. I have your email, and I will be in touch with you.
Is there any way I can get your email so I can send you the resources?
No, I will have you come on and do a dialogue, and I think I'm gonna get my brother Sanchez to come in and just maintain himself and speak with you about the genetic energy and things of that nature because he's very good with that.
No, he's not really good in science or genetics. I looked at plenty.
I
He don't
can't sit
study
here,
certain subjects.
Alan. That's not nice to say. I think brother Sanchez is very, very intelligent. I think he's actually a genius. I think he's
All right.
actually a genius.
Okay.
A genius.
No,
I
not
think
really. No.
I think sometimes we could say nice things about each other. He's probably not to your
We do.
expectation,
It's just
but
I've been looking. No,
well,
I've been looking. I looked at
I like
Sanchez for a while,
I
and
I
you can.
like his teachings. I do. I sat up here and listened to yours, and I did not humiliate you. And I think Brother Sanchez is a great teacher, lecturer in science. I think he's a phenomenal brother.
All right.
And I'm
Okay.
going to say, I think you're very intelligent too. And leave it like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Darvis, any closeout? Because I'm ready to get up out of here and go eat dinner.
Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. Appreciate you allowing me to be on your chat on your platform. Peace to the
Always.
chat. Peace to the
Always.
rest of the panel. I'm out, man. Y'all be easy, man.
I appreciate you being on, brother. Thank you.
See, Moses, sweetheart, you have anything you want to close out and say so I can get out of here?
No, I just keep building. Love checking in and tuning in when I can. Keep building. There's a lot going on that people don't necessarily see behind the scenes. It's really spiritual, but it's 2024. I mean, just keep building, Sister Bethany. Everything you're doing and everybody tuning in.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. It is. I was laughing when I seen Miss Scott change to drop the African off. That was funny. But anyway, everybody, I thank everybody for coming out and vibing with me. Of course, my questions didn't really get answered. But I'm still just gonna keep, researching. That's all. Y'all have a warm and wonderful, wonderful evening. I'm out.